All right. Good day, and good morning and good night. We are live here for round 10 of the U.S. Championships. 2022 U.S. Championships. We have Fabiano Caruana in the lead. By half a point ahead of Ray Robson. And then we've got a crowd of people another point back. Those people are going to have minimal chances to win the U.S. Championship at this point, though they're not mathematically eliminated. But we have, I think, 6 players who are on a +1 score, while Robson is on +3 and Caruana is on +4. So we've got a Wonder Liang, Sam Sevian, Lanier Dominguez, Dariush Schwirtz, Jeffrey Xiong, and Sam Shankland, all with 5.5 out of 10. I think Dominguez might have 1 win and 9 draws. To me, this tournament started out bloody. It started out with some surprise openings and gambits and people getting hurt and a surprising number of wins and losses and some, checkmates, king attacks, brilliancies, and so forth. But the last 2 rounds, we've really matured into the feeling of a super tournament where it's extremely hard to get a win and people are exhibiting extreme toughness, perseverance in bad positions, resourcefulness, and overall class, and it's just really hard to push someone over the edge. You've got an advantage. Everyone gets advantages. You've got an advantage, but so hard to push someone over the edge and win that game. Now, I missed round 10, which I think Kostya probably did for you all on Saturday. But on Friday in round 9, I saw both Robson and Caruana in peak form with the white pieces, pushing hard, and finally settling for draws, despite Caruana having a huge advantage and Ray having a very interesting position. Yeah, I think it's really like starting to feel like a super tournament. We talked before about how this tournament, how the U.S., the state of U.S. chess, in our dojo talks and as well in these broadcasts, how the U.S. has more and more super grandmasters, right? Like technically speaking, Hans Niemann and Sam Sevian have both crossed 2,700 this year. At this tournament, Ray Robson crossed 2,700. You've got Jeffrey Xiong, who's crossed 2,700 before. So a couple of them have ratings at like 2685, 2690 right now. But, if Jeffrey, Ray, Sam, and Hans, if the 4 of them could establish themselves as plus 2,700 players in the next year, you're looking at, a field that's well over 50% super GMs, right? You could have like 8 or 9 out of 14 players at 2,700. So it's extremely tough. And what do round robins normally look like with, 9 2,700s in them? Well, they look like somebody wins with a score of +2 or +3, and most people have +1 or -1 at the end of the tournament, right? It's just really tight. And that's what we're starting to feel here. And to me, that makes it even less likely that somebody's going to catch Fabian and Ray at this point, because the players who are 1.5 points back, to give a sense of how what would have to happen for them to win the tournament, just to tie with Fabi, one of them could go on a 3-0 streak while Fabi scores 1.5 out of 3, like 3 draws. Okay. Ray, by the way, has 2 whites out of 3 remaining. I think Fabi might as well. Or they need a scenario where they score, like, let's say 2.5 out of 3, which is still, like, a very good run. And then they need Fabi to somehow go -1 over 3 games, right? Like, eke out 2 draws while losing a game and just be off form the last 3 rounds. Because anything less than 50% for Fabi would be surprising, and obviously for anyone to score more than 2.5 out of 3 would be surprising. So just for somebody from that following group to tie with Fabi is a very, very, very low chance. You know, you're probably talking somewhere between 5 and 10%. Let's say like an 8% chance for somebody to tie for first with Fabi, who's not Ray Robson, and to pass Fabi and actually take sole first place for one of those 6 players who are in 2nd through 8th place right now. I would say it's probably like 1%. It becomes astronomically less likely to need every single result to fall their way. You know? So if Fabi's not going to be U.S. champion this year, it's probably going to be Ray. You know? And between Fabi and Ray right now, the chances are probably mildly in Fabi's favor, but not overwhelmingly. I think Ray's got a solid chance to tie for first place with him, because Ray's got 2 whites out of 3 remaining games, and Ray's been playing great as well. So we'll see how it goes. They are each today playing one of the players who's at +1. So Fabi's got white against Jeffrey Xiong, and Ray has white against a Wonder Liang. So for a Wonder or Jeffrey to win the U.S. championships, they kind of need to win with black this round. It's kind of like the situation that those players are in, right? Fabi does still have Shanklin left. You know, so I could definitely see Fabi, you know, it's possible for him to lose a game. His opponents are strong enough that he could lose 1 game still this tournament and draw 2. I would say that's the bottom of what could happen to Fabi, probably, is like 1 loss and 2 draws. And he could also manufacture wins against them. You know, just because Aronian and Shanklin are super GMs does not mean that Fabi couldn't still beat them. But Ray still has to play Chris Yu, which is definitely, in a field like this, it's still kind of an opportunity, so to speak, for catching up ground, right? Because Chris Yu's played fantastically this tournament. But, you know, he's still on a different level than Sam Shanklin or Levon Aronian, right? He's not quite there just yet. Although, heck, you want to add another super GM to American chess? By all means, let's do it. And I think one day it will be Chris Yu. I just, you know, I think it's still easily a year away for him to hit 2,700 FIDE. But, yeah, if he could hit 2,700 FIDE even in the next 2 years, I think that would be fantastic, right? Because he's 15 right now. So that would be awesome. Honestly, anytime in life, just ask Ray Robson. Is it nice to make 2,700 at age 27? Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, please. So I think Ray has the slightly easier pairings in the last 3 rounds compared to Fabi, or noticeably easier pairings. And then Fabi's got the half-point lead, and Fabi's playing very well, but I think Ray's playing really well too. So I think it's extremely close between them. I'd probably give Ray, if you say Fabi winning sole first, maybe 40 to 45% chance. But if you include Ray tying for first, I think Ray's got more than a 50% chance to tie for first or get first. So he's really, truly like in with a great shot here. Now, I would have expected the games to start 10 minutes ago, but I'm not seeing any moves just yet. Oh, here they come. We've got 1 game starting, and it looks like an unusual variation. So let's go to our bird's eye view for a second. You can see the only moves here are between Wesley So and Elshan Moradjabadi. And let me see if I can even guess what opening this is. E4, C5, Knight F3, A6. I'm going to guess. Oh, sorry. We're going to get him in here in a little bit. Thanks for pointing it out to me, Charlie. We're going to have Jesse joining us for much of today, so I tried to rearrange this thing, but let me just peer out of this hole at you all. Hi. I can see you. I know you're looking at chess at work. So to try and guess this opening that Wesley, So, and Elshon have played, I'm going to guess that it started e4, c5, knight f3, a6, and then c3, d5, ed5, knight f6. It's going to be my guess. This window's really small for my head. It's going to be a small little David in here. Kind of weird. All right, whatever. I'm tiny. Hi. And yeah, so I think it's an a6 Sicilian. Since nothing else is going on, let's maybe like bring it up and see if that's indeed what happened. So we'll go over here, e4, c5, a6. Didn't Elshon actually play a6 against Sam Shankland with black? So he's played this before, making it easier to guess. Then after c3, d5 takes, and now not wanting to play queen d5, but knight f6 to get an advantage over another c3 Sicilian. By playing knight f6, in the normal c3 Sicilian, if you go here, 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 the move that could potentially refute you is bishop to b5 check. That's not very good either. So, hang on, folks. Let's just get cameras set. Why not? I can't hear you yet.
You can't hear me yet? Now you should be able to hear me, boss.
Yep. Now we can. I'm just going to turn you up a little bit, and then everyone should be able to hear you.
All right, boss. I got a request. By the way, your head is all messed up.
Yeah, I know.
Your head is all messed up, man.
I know.
What's wrong with your head, dog?
I'm trying to get to it.
Oh, I love coffee. I was dreaming, Mr. Pruess, that we could put in a analysis board. We could move the pieces around. That was my dream.
You dream big. You dream big. You and your, like, is there a universal training plan for every chess player? All right, we can try and get an analysis board going.
I get it, though. But you got a certain layout here already all planned out and stuff.
We can try and do it. It's just not going to be entirely easy peasy.
Oh, the other thing we could do, actually, Mr. Pruess, is if you're grabbing it from a chess.com board, then just set up an analysis board, and then you can toggle between the live board and the analysis board.
Yes.
That's something you could also do.
Yeah.
Because DM Hokey, man, he never gives us any space. You know? He's got all these, he likes this like matrix thing. He likes doing that. He likes other things, but he doesn't understand that we need space. Space for boards and pieces and moving around.
It is all about the boards and pieces. All right, let me close all these boards in which I was researching an opening. I did do that, Jesse. I researched an opening.
Okay. People asking me if I still do U.S. chess school. If Greg invites me back, dude, you never know. You never know. I feel like I'm on a case by case basis, man. You know, if he gets desperate, you know, or last time, you know, you might have just seen what I did last time. It's like, God, maybe we'll wait a little while. We'll wait a little while with that guy, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But so far I've been doing it, I don't know, once every 2 months or something like that.
All right. I invited you to analysis board.
Nice, dude. Okay. Why do I? How come? Let me go live chess, and then try to invite me again because I didn't see it.
Okay. Normally, I wait to see a few moves of the opening to decide which game is going to be my main focus for the day.
Right.
Now, I also want to make you happy, so I probably want to look at Fabi versus Jeffrey today.
You always want to make me happy, boss.
I do. I'm a pleaser. But I have to say that just off of like names today, I was also quite curious about Robson versus a Wonder because, because a Wonder's been playing like, sketchy openings. So I feel like there's an even better chance of Ray winning today than of Fabi winning today, and
now, actually, I'm a little confused, Mr. Pruess. I'm at this thing. It's saying round 11, and I'm not seeing any moves on my little.
yeah. The only game that has moves is Wesley versus Elshon.
I see. Okay.
Do you see that one having moves? Because that's all I see. Personally.
You're right. So it's some kind of transmission thing.
Yeah, now, people are wondering.
I've refreshed. Are they wondering? Hey, I refreshed my business. I still don't see your invite, boss.
Okay.
Sometimes chess.com, you might have to refresh it on your end. The live chess feature has gotten worse and worse over time. It's like it's got a nuclear material that has a half-life or something. I don't know what's going on with the live chess feature. I'm in live chess.
All right, I invited you again.
Oh, you know what? I just saw it. Do it one more time. I promise.
You're closing it every time I send it?
No. I refreshed the page right as that thing was popping up. There it is.
Okay.
Accept the window. Okay, good.
And then you like to talk some trash about the features and chess.com.
Oh, I love to talk some trash. Yeah, dude. So this is pretty exciting. This is pretty cool that you've been doing this every day too, man. I think this.
Yeah, it's been great for me, I think.
Yeah.
So, Kostya did round 10 on Saturday.
Oh, nice.
And in my little intro today, I was saying that at the beginning, this U.S. championship had a surprising amount of blood and like kings getting checkmated, some shocking results like Chris Yu checkmating Wesley So with black, and a Wonder checkmating Aronian with that funky opening of his.
Right.
And it felt like unusually bloody and funky and weird. But the last couple rounds, it's starting to feel like a super tournament. We get one decisive result, 6 draws, nobody's pulling ahead or catching up or anything like that. And it feels more like this new era of American chess that I'd sort of expected, where there's a little more parity. It's a little bit closer between the 2750s and the 2710s and the 2690s.
And let me just say 2 things to recap, because what we did. So the last time we did it, we were looking at Fabi against a Wonder, and we left that thing saying, or I left that thing saying it looked great for Fabi. Fabi did not convert, dude.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I know.
Oh, he did not convert. I bet he was pissed on that one. I haven't watched the interview of that yet.
Yeah.
And then before, I also wanted to give an interesting mea culpa. Is there was me, you, and Kostya were looking at the game Neiman Zhang, and it was that French. And I had pretty strong opinions about what was going on.
Yeah.
Later, when I just went to go check the game after the day was done, and it instantly popped the computer analysis at me. And I was like wrong with everything I said. Like dramatically wrong. In particular, I don't know if you remember, there was like this interesting piece sacrifice, and I was convinced it was good for black. And it's funny, like once you look at the computer and the computer says you're wrong, you're like, oh, I guess I was wrong, you know? Anyway, I thought I needed to cleanse myself of that.
Yeah. I remember that sacrifice was like a key moment. And he didn't go for it, and we thought it just looked really exciting and promising.
And to Kostya's credit, he was a little bit like maybe not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that game was interesting, you know. It was interesting up till the time control. I actually, in my coverage that day, I abandoned it around time control and started looking at more interesting games, and it turned out that the position that they'd reached at time control, they didn't, you know, push any more pawns. They just shuffled the pieces for a few moves and agreed to a draw. Or repeated to a draw. So other people seem to know that a French defense was played today. Ray, a wonder is a French. How do you know that?
So check it out, Doc. I'm going to load the PGN into this board that we have, the analysis board. And so, first of all, I think Elshon, I think it's got to be a terrible situation, dude. At this point, he just wants to go home. He just wants to go home, man. And here he's playing this O'Kelly thing. A6, a move 2. Oh, no. Now, the thing about it is the next couple moves happen pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And it was Queen A4 where Wesley thought a second. And then in the position we get on the board, to my eyes, it looks like White's just better. But I guess Elshon's still in prep because it's all still kind of, you know, he's playing so fast.
Yeah, an hour and 32. So knight f6 here. So, right, in the c3 Sicilian, you know, this a6 move wouldn't be so useful for black in the queen takes d5 lines. So he tries to play knight f6, knight d5, taking advantage of the fact that there isn't the move bishop b5 check. That's what I was just saying.
Right.
When you came in, right? Because if you try d5, e5, knight f6 in the normal c3 Sicilian, if there's a problem with it, it's bishop b5 check. And then, you know, maybe c4 holding the pawn. So he goes for knight f6 here. d4, cd4, and now queen a4. So if you block on d7 with a bishop or a knight, then the d5 pawn's not sufficiently attacked. So he went for queen d7, bishop d7, c4. Dang. I mean, Wesley's trying to refute him, which I guess is why Elshon's prepped, because those are the moves you prep, the moves that are trying to refute you.
Yeah, and my guess is Wesley's probably seen this in the corner at some point, like maybe 10 years ago or something. He seen this, and to my eyes, Elshon's just getting a bad ending, and definitely he's still in prep though, because that FE move he played so quickly, and if you weren't in prep, you would at least consider bishop takes e6.
Yeah.
And the reason he doesn't, I guess, is he's saying, well, knight takes d4 and you got to move the bishop, or you got to, you know, you don't want to give up the bishop, I guess, in that position.
Yeah.
So it's like dynamic play, but I don't know, boss. I don't know.
From black's perspective, it looks risky. I mean, normally in a position like this, white's extra pawn would be a doubled pawn on c5, or black would have the bishop pair, or, I mean, there would be something wrong with white's position. White's position's kind of like spotless, just down one tempo in development.
Well, boss, he's down 2 because he's going to have to move the knight. So he's down 2 tempi.
Well, okay. So let's clarify. He might be down 1.5, right? Because
No,
it
no, no,
depends
no.
whose
We're
move
not
it
doing the
is.
1.5 Bruce. We're not doing. Okay, actually, I just go ahead and say it. Here. We got a lot of debates at the dojo. The way Pruess does apples, like a bunch of apples on a tree. Let's say there's 4 apples on a tree. He thinks there's 8 apples on a tree, and I'm just like, what? Or no, excuse me. He says there's instead of saying there's. Let me break it down how Pruess does this. Instead of saying there's 2 apples on a tree, he'd like to talk about 4 half apples. That's what he likes to do with that. I can't even wrap my head around it. In any case, let's just agree to say Black's got some time. And here's an interesting decision. I think I can kind of understand. Okay, so honestly, from a practical point of view, whatever the computer says here, I'm assuming the computer says white's better, but you do get a lot of activity. And let's say you go knight c2 here. You're probably then going to want to play knight e3, which is later, which is then going to be another tempo.
Right.
Right.
But Black's extra piece, Black's extra move of development, right? This bishop on d7, it's not very aggressive either, right? Like, if Black's playing a gambit and they're trying to attack stuff of yours, this piece is probably going to be repositioned as well, right? Like, the quality on this extra piece that's out is not overwhelming.
Yeah.
There's nothing about the position that screams, I would gambit a pawn for this position.
I'm mostly with you. How about this? Let me defend his honor. So go ahead and put the analysis board, and I'll try to defend Black's honor. And you can put that knight wherever you want. I'm not sure. But c2 is just my first instinct. You can put him wherever you want.
Sure. Okay, so you've got the moves here in our analysis board.
Yeah.
And you want me to switch what window I'm capturing.
No, boss, you can toggle it. No, you can't toggle it. Oh, well, okay.
Not and have it show up in exactly the same spot.
Okay. Anyways, when we're done with this, you could make it disappear, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I understand what you're doing. Oh, that's kind of that looks pretty fancy. There you go.
Now I can do this.
Dude, you're an OBS GM.
Okay, thank you. I was wondering, like, why is this OBS 1800 giving me advice, but telling me what I can or can't do?
And this is a good one to think about. Wesley's tanking on it. And yeah, what are you going to do, boss? Knight c2?
Sure.
All right. So I'm just going to play the natural knight c6, see what you want.
Right. And, yeah, I mean, white might play knight c3 or bishop e2. But, like, can you tell me anything words? Like, I mean, we can explore with moves, sure. But, like, when you look at this position, is there anything in words where you're like, oh, yeah, Black's got this stuff?
A little bit, yeah. So
Yeah?
I'm going to try to defend the honor. So I go castles long, and I'm going to claim, let's think about it. I'm going to claim the rook's developed, the king's developed. At some point, knight d4 could be annoying. And I'm just up a lot of time. Now, do I have enough? I don't know. I'm not going to make a strong claim about having enough. I'm just trying to say that I have at least. It's hard for white. Like you need to play precisely right here. Okay, bishop g5.
I will lead with an imprecision.
Okay, so that's an interesting move. So now if I play knight d4, you could just castle long.
My idea is against knight b or d4 to simply castle long, yeah.
Yeah.
So this move is designed to stop you from playing a harassing knight g4 as easily. But this move's probably weak against bishop c5, Jesse.
You want to take it back?
Not, I don't know. I'm just
You're
kind of listening.
Okay. So bishop c5 looks reasonable. Just to make castles long hard.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Now I'm just developing. Another piece, lamely.
All right, what happens if I go knight d4?
The time has come where I gotta just take it. And then I gotta go for this. By the way, I can finally see all the games. Shankland-Aronian draw.
What? Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm going back for a second.
Shankland-Aronian draw in like half an hour.
Well, you know Shanklin best, dude. Well, give us some insight, man. What do you think that was? Oh, yeah, we got loads of positions now. That was weird.
It looks like Shanklin got out prepared. That's like the first instinct. I would have to click through the moves to see, but it sounds like Aronian hit him with some opening prep that he couldn't find his way out of.
Dude, Neiman and Lenderman are in a deep ending.
Yeah.
And
yeah, they look like they've been playing for 3 hours, and the other people have been playing for like 13 minutes.
That's right. Dominguez U will be a good game. And then Fabi Zhang will also be an interesting game. Now, I guess, yeah, for sure, I would say then, looking at it, that Fabi Zhang looks interesting. A Wonder Robeson game is an interesting French position. I've looked a little bit at similar positions before.
Yeah.
Oh my God, in the Sphere Sevion position, I couldn't tell you. They're in deep prep too. But this thing with knight d5, definitely interesting business here. Like, let me just say, in this position, I either sack the exchange knight d5, I calmly play rook h8, f8, or I try to do something wild like d3. You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, should we do the
Well, I went to the full boards now because you were starting to talk about all the different boards, and then once I got there, you went back to analyzing the
no, that's fine.
The
that's
crazy
fine.
moments.
Which one do you want to look at? I guess I'm partial to the Fabi game.
Yeah, I think what would make sense for us to do here is, now that we finally have the moves on all the board, to take this bird's eye view for a minute, look at all the different openings and sort of say, like, you know, which openings look good or bad, or who's surprising you and stuff like that, and then we can pick which game we really want to follow from there.
Okay. How about this? We'll give our just intuitive assessment for each board.
Yeah. And
we'll start, I guess, at the top, which is this Daro game.
Yeah. So Daro versus Sevian. Sevian's still in opening prep. That's the first observation.
Yeah.
He's played the Open Rui pretty much every game with black this tournament. Definitely against Dominguez and Shanklin, right? So he's getting some reps in with this thing. And I think this variation looks pretty messy. Right here with the d3 pawn and the f7 pawn. But you'd have to think, like, even if you can't figure out what's going on the board, if you see an hour and 33 minutes on the clock of a 2700 player, that their position's fine.
Yeah, I mean, total mess. And it would definitely be a bummer to have this position and know that the other guy's turned on the engine, right?
Yeah.
So, like, if you were just looking at with human eyes, you'd start looking at, is rook e6 interesting?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
And I don't know what other moves to do, honestly. Yeah.
Probably bishop g3, like, have less pieces hanging on the f-file.
You know.
Or maybe knight e5 to put the bishop on e5 instead of g3.
The bummer about knight e5 is that knight on c6 really not the happiest creature ever
Right.
on the face
Of
of the
course.
earth. Okay, and then
Yeah.
Ray Robeson.
Yeah.
My sense of that position is that it's an interesting positional struggle. We'll say the obvious. White is playing on the king side, and black can hope to put something on a4, some diagonal piece. So at some point, playing queen c6, queen a4 is a pretty standard plan. Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting that you just say white's playing on the king side. I think these positions where black castles queen side in the French can be really disorienting at first because it's not always cut and dry who's playing on the king side or the queen side. Because black has a positional advantage on the queen side, white has a positional advantage on the king side, but the presence of your own king means that when you open up lines in the area of the board where you've got the positional advantage, sometimes you catch some flack back at your king.
Right, absolutely. Yeah.
So
And also, like, white might someday play b3.
right.
It's totally a thought.
Right. And that would not be playing on the king side, right? I think the first thing that most people would look at in this position is they would look at b3 because there's a rook, queen, and a king on the b file. And then I think there's a problem in like c takes b3, knight takes b3, bishop a4 probably, but I don't think that our viewers would have noticed that immediately.
No, that's a big thing. And one of the reasons I think in a lot of these positions, black plays queen c6, queen a4, and I think he is rightly concerned that if queen c6 happens, then white could play either b3 or b4 to try to seize the initiative that way. And I'll say, as a white player, it's like weird when you start going after the king side because it's not always clear like exactly what you're doing there.
Right. I wonder if you could somehow throw in knight g5, bishop e8, b4.
Maybe.
And then tactically you get the pawn break. Or even b3, right? It doesn't have to be b4. Maybe b3.
Yeah, that's an idea.
So that's complicated. The other thing that needs to be said about that is a Wonder has an hour and a half on his clock.
Yeah, Wonder has been the one winning the opening battles by playing slightly offbeat stuff.
Yeah.
And then he's the one who gets to know the positions.
Yeah, he says he's playing for fun, but he's obviously spending a lot of time preparing, right? Because this hit and run style with openings involves a lot of work. I mean, to be prepped out 15 moves in the Petrov one day and in the French the next day, it's not obvious.
Well, but the good news is, if you don't spend your life studying openings, then you just study it for the night before. Right?
Yeah.
So if you don't know anything, it's okay.
Yeah. Anyway, that position is very appealing to me. We've had a couple people on recently asking about castling queenside in the French and seeming confused. Fabi had this game. Actually, it first came up with a Fabi game. Did you see the Fabi Lenderman game from maybe four rounds ago where Fabi won with white?
I didn't look at it too closely. Yeah.
Okay, well, so he started with a Slav defense, and Fabi played a gambit. Just let Lenderman take the pawn on c4, and then played b3, c takes b3, a takes b3. So he's just down a pawn. And then he pushed e5, made Lenderman play knight at a moment where when Lenderman plays knight d5, he takes it with his knight, and Lenderman has to plug the d5 square with a pawn. So Lenderman plays c takes d5, and now you've got a French structure without your a pawn, an advanced French. And I was telling people that in that position, if I were Lenderman, I would want to castle queenside. Because Fabi had, a pawn on e5, uncontested center, bishop on d3, everything ready to finish you. And I think Fabi even put his queen on g4 and then knight on f3, right? So he was like, please put your king on the king side. He will be annihilated. And everybody was like, what? We can't castle queenside. The c file's open. That's not how I play the French. I always castle kingside. And So that was where we first started talking. This is Lad Bayman, who's here in chat, who was like, you can't castle queenside, no way. Then Fabi spent like 4 moves preventing queenside castling. So I'm pretty sure I was right that black wanted to castle queenside there. So ever since that, I've been sort of like thinking like, oh, we should look at some queenside castling Frenches.
Well, one thing too about a Wonders move 97 that people should know is that a key intention here is to play knight c8, move the queen, and play knight b6. Once you achieve knight b6, then b3 will have a lot less oomph because the knight will just control everything on b6, like the c4 square. And I want to play bishop a4 someday.
Yeah.
And the thing we should say about bishop a4 is the bishop is poor, and if I ever get it to c2, then you're unhappy as white. And then it's like things have gone the way they didn't want to go.
Yeah.
So this is a big moment here for white. And black's plan is actually much simpler. So it's white who has to now do something. Because it doesn't take a genius. Once you see knight c8, queen c7, knight b6, or even queen c6, it doesn't take a genius to play that position. Dude, well, Jeffrey just played a provocative move against Fabi here, dude, with b5.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
So there we've got kind of like, until this move was played, we would have said we've got a classic Carlsbad, right? And now we've got some spices thrown in.
Now we got some spices, yeah.
Yeah. And in this case, both players will be familiar with the structure, but they're not just bashing out computer moves based on the 15 minutes off each clock. Which I think is...
How about this? Let's do something fun here.
Yeah.
I'm feeling Fabi's going to think for a second. I'm going to create a poll.
Yeah.
So the poll is very simple. Will Fabi play knight c5 or knight c3? And let's give 5 minutes to this. What's your gut reaction?
What do you mean? I already know the answer.
You already know the answer, you sure?
Yeah.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah, you're right. That is surprising that he's thinking.
I think it's a debatable choice. I would definitely...
Oh, I know why he's thinking. He's thinking because he might play bishop f6 here.
No, I don't think he'll play bishop f6. Too bad, though. I already started the poll.
It's okay.
I could have put that as part of the poll.
Yeah.
All right, what is your instinct? Is what, knight c5 for sure or something?
No, knight c3.
Knight c3, okay.
Because you don't want to plug that square on c5. I mean...
Well, okay, so let's just talk about it. The intention of knight c5 is that when you take, you free d4 for the knight on e2. And right, so I'm and then bishop f6. I don't believe him, but maybe you could think about it. Let me just say, to me, the real controversy with knight c5 is you allow black to exchange. Knight c3. The controversy of knight c3 though is your knight went from funky to now terrible on c3.
Right. And with knight c3, you're trying to play e4. But you've got b4 hanging over you, so it might not be easy to do.
And I assume that knight c3, Jeffrey's intuition is then knight b6, where you have to worry about an eventual knight c4 and just like a little queenside push maybe with a4 and b4 coming. No, I think he's going to play knight c5, Doc. Your bishop f6, he might be thinking about that too.
All right. Let's finish our tour. Let's finish our tour for a moment because we'll probably get deep into that game in a little bit. So Dominguez against Chris Yu. We've got this weird looking queen on b6. It makes it look like Chris Yu played the Scandinavian or something, Jesse. I mean, I don't know. Like, he hasn't moved his C or E pawn. How did he get this position?
Yeah, it was a Scandinavian.
It was? Okay.
It was one of those weird queen d6 things that used to be popular.
Mm-hmm. All right. Weird. And did white move the knight to c3 and then to b5 and then back to a3?
That's what he did, dog. Pretty weird, huh?
That's weird.
And Dominguez is the one tanking.
Right. So he's like, here's what's wrong with queen d5. You lose a tempo to this knight, which I will then spend 3 moves putting back on a3. Funky.
So let me just say about this queen d6. It was popular like mid-2000s as a way to try to get people out of book or something. But one of the weird things was white has so many different ways to play that it was kind of hard for people as black to really, truly map it out. But we got to say that at least on a practical level, Dominguez, who's like the opening genius bar none, you did kind of mess with him. You did mess with him. And knight a3, queen b6, knight a3, and that's the move that he played before bishop e6. I got to say that one's like, actually, this is weird. I think the times are funky because on this board it's saying, oh, I don't know, I guess it's saying that black thought, okay, no, I get it. So he had his first think on bishop e6, and makes sense. No one was no matter how much preparation you do, you're never going to predict knight a3.
Yeah. So Chris, you familiar with his funky little opening he's throwing. You see in general, Jesse, the younger players are kind of afraid to go into the main lines with the more established players, huh? They're kind of shifty and dodgy, the younger players.
Also, I feel like it's the advantage in the opening is just whether you get a position you've seen before.
Uh-huh.
And so Dominguez has a pretty mapped out repertoire. It's very I mean, he and Favi, dude, Enzo, opening geniuses.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it'll be interesting. I don't know what white's going to do here. I don't have any clarity about what white's going to play in this position. Maybe just bishop e2 and castles. I don't know.
Yeah. So you think that like Chris has done okay with this opening choice?
Yeah, so far.
Yeah.
So far, I don't think. I definitely don't think knight a3 is going to like rock the ramparts, dude. They're going to set the Thames on fire, dude.
Okay. All right, then how about the Fischer endgame between Niemann and Lenderman?
Yeah, that happened so fast, huh? Okay, I'm just running through it.
Who do you think has got it going on in this one?
Oh, yeah, so this is all, they knew this was happening. Intuitively, I definitely believe in white, but we got to think about it.
Yeah. Okay. Me too. That's just my intuition. Obviously, we have to calculate, bishop f7 and rook fe3 and other things, but that's my intuition as well. That Niemann's got a good position right here. And then Wesley So versus Elshon. How many tempi of extra development does Mora Diabate have right now, Jesse?
By the way, I'm looking at this thing. I just want to say with the Niemann thing, Niemann needs a good move right now. And I don't know what it is, but he needs a good move or else black's just easily okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me go back. We're looking at the next game was finally the Elshon game, which we started with. Yeah. By the way, we guessed knight c2. That was correct. We guessed knight c6. Knight c3. I played, I think, castles long.
Mm-hmm.
Students, however, played bishop f5, which not intuitive because you get whacked immediately with knight e3.
Yeah.
Bishop g6, bishop d2, bishop c5, castles. Okay. Well, to me, it looks like black does not have sufficient compensation. And a very simple move, there might be more than one, but a simple move here would be f3. But I'm sure you got other moves too. Yeah, white's just White's just got it all, man.
All right.
He's got the ball.
White's got it all.
Well, no, it is, I think, I still think it's even this, well, I don't know. Against your average chump GM, this is a good way to play. Against Wesley, I don't know, man.
Yeah. I mean, you could see this like doing something for black, right? Like
like sometime we'll just play b5 maybe.
Yeah, the king on a1 can't move. Black can just play b5 at some point and unleash the dogs.
Yeah.
To me, it looks scary for white, not being able to play bishop d3, playing little passive moves like bishop e2, bishop d2. All my pieces are kind of like weenies. I'm sort of like, I'm up a pawn, so I'm not going to fight too hard. I'm just going to try and like get on the board. Mm-hmm. It looks scary for Wesley to me at the moment, actually. And before we get into one game, I want to revise one other thing. Okay. I think Dominguez has a beautiful position against Chris Yu. I mean, he's just got the bishop pair and the pawn on d4, and he can castle and play c3, and black's always worse, no matter what they do.
Well, but I assume the intention here for Christopher was to play queen b4 and force the ugly knight d2, though.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the controversy with knight c4. Sure, you get the bishop, but then you got to deal with queen b4, knight d2. I mean, maybe it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
That's clearly what Dominguez is saying, is that it's not that big of a deal that your pieces are mangled. But it's not unreasonable. Mm-hmm. But I am in principle with you that unless Christopher gets something in the next move or two, that this has gone wrong. But queen b4, knight d2, and let's say knight c6, I don't know, c3 probably then.
Yep.
Queen goes somewhere and
queen d6 castles.
And the bummer for me is then I have to worry about the f7 pawn. Okay, so queen d4 did happen, knight d2. It's like he pre-moved it. It happened so fast, he pre-moved that thing. Okay, now bishop h6 came. Hello. Yeah. And they had both clearly thought about this.
Tricky. I'd thought about this too. And I expected queen e2, which Dominguez plays instantly.
Yeah.
So he's just going to, take back on d2 with the bishop and say, like, look, if you think taking b2 is going to save you from two raging bishops, my friend, you haven't been playing long enough.
But I think what he's going to do is play knight c6 first, demand that you play c3, and then I'll take on d2.
Okay. Yeah, that doesn't change my thoughts at all. It's still a raging bishop pair versus like the b pawn, right? Bishop d2, queen b2, white castles kingside.
I'm just trying to tell you how I think they're thinking about this, boss. I'm just trying to help them out.
Yeah, no, obviously, like Chris isn't playing his moves thinking they're bad, but I'm looking at this game and I'm thinking like, dog's gonna get hammered for taking that pawn on b2. Like nothing's gonna stop that bishop on c4. It demands tribute of far more than one pawn to calm it down.
Demands tribute.
Yeah.
No, it's true. No, I mean, he has to find something now for sure.
I mean, it's too late. You can't track down these bishops, right? No, you can't. You can't. It's unopposed with miles of open road. There's nothing. There's nothing to do to catch it. But all right, let's get into Fabi versus Jeffrey, shall we?
Yeah, let's do it, dog.
Let's do it. Fabi versus Jeffrey.
Here, I'll grab the PGN and put it on our board. Knight c5 happened. Thank you very much, boss.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Pay me tribute.
All right.
Pay me. Welcome to the dojo.
All right, Jesse. I'll pay you tribute as the only chump GM on this broadcast.
Oh.
You were right. You were right. You earned your title tonight.
Right. All right, here. Let me put in the. I'll load the PGN.
You're gonna load it all up for me?
I'll just load it up.
That would be sweet, man.
Bam. So yeah, and right. I think you were dogmatically saying knight c3 because you were like, well, I don't want to give up my beautiful c6 action, but the problem is then you lost so much time, and then knight c5 has a different. Just we're transforming the position.
Mm-hmm.
And we're trying to say our knight on e2 is now great.
right?
I think black, obviously black needs a good move here, but white has a pretty simple setup of like knight d4, and I don't think you want to play bishop g4 because f3 is something I want to do anyway.
Okay. Okay. I thought it might give you a little grief on the e file here, but
right now, if you could construct like you win the pawn, then I get it. But f3 is the move that we want in a lot of these positions. Definitely the Carlsbad positions, but I want to dominate the knight. Like, if I'm worried about anything for white here, it would be like, can black play knight e4? But I don't think that's special. I don't think so.
okay.
I think, yeah, I would say black needs an idea here, honestly. That's what I would say. Black needs an idea.
Yeah.
But you kind of like black, so maybe try to defend black's honor. I don't know what he's going to do yet.
Okay.
And while you're thinking, I'll say one of the interesting ideas in this position is to claim that the bishop on c8, even though it has that long diagonal, is actually kind of a chump.
Sure.
Because it doesn't know where to go. And we're going to really claim that our knight on d4 is a beauty.
Okay. Okay, Jesse, my dog. So you're going to put a pawn on f3 at some point.
Right.
So if I put a knight on e4, that's just encouraging you as well.
Now, there's a variety of situations where you just kind of let me do knight d4 and you protect c6 with bishop d7 or something like that.
Yeah, I'll say fundamentally I'm not scared about this task of defending the c6 pawn. I'm just trying to think of how to hurt you. Because if I don't try and think ahead of like where the pieces need to go and how to hurt you, you'll gradually make me suffer. Somehow.
But let's just be fair to the position. Like, let's say I achieve knight d4, f3, queen d2, say, right?
Yeah.
In that position, I haven't knocked you out or anything, but that is kind of what I'm aiming for, right? I'm just aiming for a little bit of something.
Yeah.
Like, actually, I'll say about that position, I like that for white, but I'm not actually sure what comes next, you know? At some point, I guess maybe you have to worry about me breaking with e4. But I obviously have to prepare that.
I don't see that happening. I'm not concerned.
Anyways, it helps me understand the position that if you give me moves, I'll play knight d4 and rook e1. And I need to control e3 anyway. And I just want you to worry about e4 a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's a big decision. Black's the one who has to make the big decision here, right? While Pruess is thinking, I'll say that could be one of Eugene's questions. He does this book, Evaluate Like a Grandmaster. And so a lot of times it's like a choice between knight c3, knight c5. And for me, the knight c5 decision is definitely like a pawns aren't people decision. Like, we're not worried about the pawn structure. We're worried about fixing our bad pieces. It's also a good example of like, the computer will say whatever the computer's going to say, but black is the one right now who's got to figure out a plan. And the bummer for you is also like, once I get the knight on d4, he's a defensive as well as an aggressive. He's a real jerk. He's just a real jerk, man.
Okay, knight d7 was just played. I want to just
Okay.
try out one of the ideas I've thought of real quick, which is knight g4.
Okay, so knight g4, bishop e7 is my default move, but what is your intention on bishop g3?
I didn't have one. I only looked at bishop takes e7.
Because in general, I don't want to trade that bishop.
Yeah, why I completely didn't consider this.
But let's look at what happens. What did he say? What did he play? Knight d7?
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're anticipating bishop e7, queen e7. Oh, excuse me, it didn't work out.
Yeah.
Bishop e7, queen e7, queen c2.
Well, I can also throw in knight d4 first. Potentially.
True. Okay, good point, actually. Good point.
Right.
Maybe even stronger. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and say that's stronger.
Yeah, like there's nothing wrong with queen c2. I imagined that if black played bishop b7, white's next move would have to be queen c2. But
Actually, I mean, we can just say white has a nice position here, right?
I would say so.
Yeah.
I didn't really want to go for this one. I considered it, just to check if the c5 pawn would be a problem for white. But everything I looked at said white didn't care.
Well, okay, I'll try to defend black's honor. Let's say knight e5.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't even know if I probably won't even take your bishop. But you do have to make, it's still an interesting question. This is the reason I wanted to defend black's honor is I like white's position, but I don't really know what I'm going to do next.
Mm-hmm. I think we're going to go rook e1 here.
Okay, I'm just going to put the bishop where I think it needs to go.
A very interesting idea for black as well, Jesse, is to play a4 in one of these positions, preparing knight c4.
Maybe, but I also like my knight on e5. That's not the guy I need to improve, right?
No, it's the light squared bishop, right? Is the one really big question of how.
And I have to play bishop d7 anyway before I do a4.
Yeah.
Before I play knight c4 anyway, right?
Yeah. Oh, they've played up to knight d4 now.
Okay, so this is our game position, knight d4.
Yeah. So here, I mean, I imagine Jeffrey will play knight e5 just like you did.
Welcome to the dojo. We're doing pretty good here, man.
Yeah.
We're doing pretty good. Yeah, knight e5. And I don't know. This will be interesting to see with Fabi. Like, I feel like I understand this is a good position for white, but I don't really know how to play it. Rook e1, totally reasonable.
Right.
Well, okay, let's think about this for a second. Let's just put this on the board. And one thing actually black has to be wary of is, like I said, that e4 move could actually come at some point.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing I don't understand for white is, do I want to, if I'm going to move the bishop, which probably, maybe I don't, but if I'm going to do it, where do I go?
Probably to b1, as Apparatitos just said.
But I think one of the interesting things about b1 is I only want to go to b1 if I'm playing e4 next. Because otherwise, I don't want to do it.
There's one other reason to do it, which is if you want to play f4.
Yeah.
And you just want to avoid that trade. And look, Caruana played bishop b1 immediately.
After 95?
After 95, yeah.
Okay. No, this will be interesting, dude. He might really give us a lesson here about how to play this.
Yeah. This is clear. He wants to keep these two pieces, this pair of pieces on the board, right? The c6 pawn, it doesn't look like a huge cramping factor, but the piece that defends it might in some case cramp black. And I see kind of a plan where you go like h3, then f4, knight g6, then you put your queen on d3 maybe.
Okay, boss, but you're going to have to play b3 before you play f4 too.
Yes.
You have to play a lot of stuff before you get to play f4.
I know. Why do you think I came up with a4 for black?
right, let me try to defend black's honor. So bishop d7.
Because I was expecting this this idea potentially of h3 and f4 at some point. Okay, so white's got a lot of moves they need to play. I don't know in exactly what order, right? But it's
And by the way, I
lengthy.
mean, I'm still afraid. I think rook e1 and e4 is the right. Just hang that over my head, boss.
I'm definitely going to
Just
start
hang
with
that over
rookie.
my head.
I'm going to start with rookie 1. I know it transposes the position we already had a minute ago, but I feel like between f3, f4, and e4 and h3, we want the rook on e1.
Yeah, no, this is All right, I'm just gonna make some moves. I'm not sure about this one. Let's put the queen over there.
Woo! Frisky.
Well, your rook was on opposite my queen. It wasn't so pleasant for a peasant.
That's right. All right. Let's ask you a fundamental question.
Okay.
All right. He's got all the answers. Now I'm going to ask if you're going to ask me a question.
Oh, man.
What you got, Jesse? Actually, you think about that position and I'll tweet, okay? Oh, man, you already came up with a move? Think it over, bro. I'm trying to tweet. Okay, now I'll think of a move while you go like my tweet. F5? You did F5 to me? Whew. So you're not going to play bishop takes h3 in this life.
I think it was f5 is mostly a prophylactic where I think maybe I was like I said I think e4 was the main concern, and now I can potentially double and potentially play knight f7, and maybe I'm going to survive this.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like queen c2, by the way, but we can you defend white's honor for a while.
Mm-hmm. Hoo la la. All right, Jesse.
Here we go.
We're just going to push it back nice and gentle and then massage it. And then massage it. Do you see what just happened to your knight? I actually managed to slip some dominatrixes into your position.
Uh-oh, he's slipping the dominatrix into the drink. All right, here we go.
All right. Dude, don't care. Jesse, don't care.
I'm just following the plan that I told you I was going to do.
I hear you, boss. I hear you, boss.
A3.
Just a little touch.
Okay, I'm just going to follow the plan I was doing. C3. All right, what is happening here?
Ah! Dirty.
Taste me now.
Oh my god. I should have seen it coming.
Welcome to the dojo. Okay, can I defend White's honor? I get a turn.
Sure.
I get a turn. So you play whatever you want as black here.
Okay.
So actually, let's start with the bishop b1 position. You can play whatever you want. I'll try to play it like Fabi wants.
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to play rook e1. Now, I have to prevent knight g4, I think. And so the hope is that you have to worry about e4 here.
Fabi played h3 without rook e1.
Okay, might even be interchangeable. I don't know.
Yeah. He's definitely playing moves we're talking about.
Yeah.
In a different order than we're talking about them.
So actually, let's look at it from his perspective. So we got h3 on the board, and you know what h3 might do, Mr. Pruess, is it might preserve more flexibility. So we got to control knight g4, whether we're going to play f4 or not. We need to control the g4 square, and so then this maybe gives us whereas rook e1 just has really one intention, h3 potentially has two. Where now black has to be worried about both b3 and rook e1. Yeah, and funnily enough, one of the reasons to see that I don't like queen c2 is maybe black should even play the nasty g6 here.
On their own.
Yeah, or unprovoked, yeah. I like that, on your own.
Wow. Well, I don't know, Jesse. I mean, my take on the position is just very unpleasant for black. Honestly, that's my take.
Well, we said that, and I think h3 is cool, like to see Fabi doing it, because I remember when we got to this position with knight e5, I was like, yeah, white's better, but I don't really know how to play it. And he's kind of showing me how to do it here. Because h3, especially from a practical point of view, it's like highly annoying because it's a multi-purpose move with both this e4 thing and your b3 f4 thing.
Yeah.
So,
well, also, I mean, very telling is that he didn't give black a single opportunity to play knight takes d3. Now,
by the way, I think that if I'm black, I don't think I want to take on d3. I really don't.
Right, you were thinking black probably doesn't want to take. You know, it's kind of obvious good knight versus bad bishop. You kind of simplify the disadvantage. But I think that Fabi might be suggesting that not only is the bishop on d7 bad, but that he can play against the knight as well. That it might not be on the best circuit and that he can cause black some grief, even though the knight's on a good square right now.
Okay, now you're talking all this smack. I'll defend black's honor. I mean, I got to try. So g6, I think I really have to make sure e4 doesn't happen.
Holy moly.
And also, so like now if you play b3, I'm still going to play f5. And then if you hit me with f4, I can play knight f7.
Yeah.
Maybe just e4 right away, dog. Bam. Hit me with it before I get a chance. That could be annoying.
Does it not allow something somewhere?
I mean, maybe what it does is then I could play like snip, snop, and then maybe like rook a d8 or something. I don't know.
Okay. What about
Yeah,
knight?
well,
What if you played knight c4 last move? Just like, what's the calculation?
I don't know. That's also true. That's also true. Yeah. So if e4, I'm just trying to tell you, if I'm going to play g6, e4 would be the move I would want to just worry about a little bit. But you're right. I think knight c4 should be fine after taking. Okay, dog, you laughing at g6. I'm trying to defend his honor. What do you got? What do you got, dog?
I don't know. I mean, I'd probably play the same moves that I lost with last time. Rook e1.
Okay, I gotta stop that business. Now maybe something really violent like f4, knight f7, g4.
I wanted to. That's what I was angling for the whole time.
But then, I do get queen h4, and it's some real questions then. Maybe it doesn't work. Yeah. I'm just voicing my concerns as black.
Yeah. Fair enough. All right. I'm going to play this move again. I don't know.
Now, hilariously, if this were true to be a good or reasonable plan for black, then maybe knight rook e1 was better than h3. Hilariously. Okay. Good move. That can't be bad.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think I'm either going to play queen f6 or queen h4. Queen h4 definitely looks more annoying. Maybe you just pushed me away anyway. Yeah.
Now you're just going to double up on my pawn again.
Yeah, but you could still maybe build up with like queen f3 and then some point later g4. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. That's what I meant to do.
You play king g2 first. You could do a variety of things. It'll be a little frisky for you once you go for it, though, man. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It'll be a little frisky.
It's just feeling too frisky for me, Jesse. I'm not up for it. This
Okay,
G4 plan.
Well, okay,
know.
so let's go back a second then.
Yeah.
And we'll go to that position with g6, right? So that would be the real moment where white would need a plan, because black has done this highly controversial thing, but it's simply about prophylaxis. And we're going to put the fatty pawns in f5 and g6 want to claim the bishop on b1 as 4, right? Someone said queen f6 was played. Let's check it out.
Yeah, it was.
H3, queen f6. So let's go back. Here we have this. Let's promote this. So he didn't like my move. He didn't like my move.
I mean, it hasn't ruled your move out, but this is a good square for the queen. We played around with queen h1, but f6 is a good square for the queen. Okay,
but what it does is now we at least can't mechanically stop e4 anymore. But it's certainly true that the queen f6 is a good square, and we can, if white, fumbles around, we're going to play rook e7, rook a8, I assume, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Pruess,
Okay.
I want to defend white's honor, okay?
Okay.
Can I defend white's honor? So queen f6, let's say I go rook e1.
Right. Rook e7, maybe.
And now we're just going to believe you that e4 is nothing special. And I'm going to play b3. Else. Now you can play a4. I mean, I don't know if it's a thing, but you can do it.
Gotta fix a computer problem as quickly as possible. So you're playing b3? I was thinking of playing b3 and a3 for white, both.
I just want a b3, and if you play rook a8, I'm going to say queen d2, and then I'm going to say f4, and I'm going to say maybe I'm better. That's my intention.
Oh, because compared to the way you played, this knight can't go to f7. It has to go to g6.
Right. I'm going to say that knight g6 is a funky lady. Boy, or whatever you want to call him. I don't want to get my genders confused or anything, you know?
Yeah.
Might not actually. Once you go to g6, it might actually be kind of problematic for me because you could be always threatening to play knight takes f4. This will be an interesting strategic battle here. I am not 100% convinced at all, Mr. Pruess. Like, let's say I go rook a e8, queen d2.
Yeah, plausible moves.
Maybe even this weird knight g6 right away. Claiming that if you take on a5, knight h4 will be more than reasonable compensation.
Were you in such a rush that you had to offer the pawn?
Well, I didn't want to. I don't think you can take it. I mean, if you can take it, you can take it. I don't want to do it, but I didn't think you could take it.
But was there anything wrong with just playing b4 for black?
I got plans here. Look at this, knight g6. I got plans.
Okay. You've got things you're gonna undertake.
At some point, I could maybe think about knight f4 as well.
Okay, well, so what's the point of this?
Okay, so now black has two moves. I'm not sure which one I like best yet. So I got knight f4, and I got knight h4. Well, let me just do my first intention.
Oh, you have one more move too. You've got queen g5 also.
Maybe queen g5. Yeah.
Or
let me just see what I just want to see what your intention is here after.
I mean, it's probably just to drop the queen back, right?
And then on queen g5, you want to go f4, queen e3, queen f2, rook takes e3? I don't know.
Oh, wait.
No, I might be getting hooked. Yeah, that position might be winning for you, boss. I'm not sure about it.
Well, I can't defend.
We'll take on e8,
properly.
Right?
Yeah.
I got to misplace my bishop.
Yeah.
And then rook. I guess I'm okay.
Rook c2, rook d3.
Good move. I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
But rook d3 is a nice move. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Fabi's thinking after queen f6, queen f6. He just played d3, by the way. He's playing d3.
So it's queen f6. He plays
B-
b3
Yeah, I'll promote that.
without rook e1.
So one of the things we saw in a lot of those variations is the rook on e1 was a victim to all kinds of pins and tricks.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, but I mean, it's not like there wouldn't be problems on e3 with the rook on f1, right? Like e3 is an issue.
yeah, but okay, let's say rook e7 because one of the interesting things I kind of want to just guess is like what is Fabi's intention, you know? Because black, this thing about doubling on the e file is pretty obvious. Clever as well. The queen's like at the right distance from the knight, talking to c6.
Mm-hmm.
And I've screwed this kind of, I guess I have trauma in my history where I've blown this kind of position precisely because, like, if you don't know what to do as white, then black will slowly build up this engine against your king here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what else to do besides rook e1, but I'm assuming he has some other idea. Interesting.
How about
actually.
this? How about this?
Yeah.
Queen d2.
Okay, so let's say I move the knight proactively. Okay. That's interesting anyway. Let's go here. See what you want. Okay, I don't know any of these points I can play a4 as black too, right?
Mm-hmm.
E4 now suggested in chat. One bummer there is I play rook a e8. You can't really take on d5. At least I don't think you can, because then the knight will hang on d4. Now we knew that Pruess was going to try to checkmate me in this blatant way ages ago. What are you doing over there, boss? Oh, now you're just going back and forth like a chump? No, I don't.
I wish I could play like a chump GM.
Black's fine now. Could have played a4 too, but I mean. Okay, let's just say the obvious, David. You need something a little bit more special after. Let's just check this. So b3, we're waiting, by the way. Rook e7 has not been played. We're back on this position over here.
Yeah.
But rook e7 certainly feels natural to me. One thing I think Jeffrey could be considering is, do I throw in the move a4 right now? Seems totally logical to throw in a4.
Right.
One weird thing, though, is
Yeah.
the dream of a4, and I think one of the things Fabi is saying with b3 is that if black plays a4, we're just going to ignore it. And we're going to say, if you want to like put your rook somewhere fancy like a1 or a3, we don't care. We're saying that's not doing anything over there.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you for a second, Jesse, but I just want to thank Chessbra for rating us, and to all of those who are arriving here, thanks for joining us. Check this out for a little bit. We're going to be commenting on the U.S. Championships, round 10. Round 11, right? I put the wrong round number or something. It's round 11. There are 10 rounds done. We're in round 11. Live right now. We've been following this tournament since the first round. And currently Fabiano Caruana has a 1/2 point lead over Ray Robson. And we got 3 rounds to go here today, tomorrow, and the day after. So that's what we're looking at. We're a little bit focused on Fabi's game right now. He's white against Jeffrey Xiong, playing this Queen's Gambit exchange variation.
So, dog, he just played a4. That's why it says Fabi's running, but it's like, yeah, your board is still on the analysis board. It's fine. Anyways, so put that a4 move on there. I thought that was it. Now, by the way, there's a great phrase that I like, which is called "It's easier to sacrifice somebody else's pieces."
Yeah, that a pawn that you didn't care about.
Yeah, so that's easy for me to do an analysis, but in a real game, it's like, well, I might as well play a4, because I assume now. First of all, I don't quite understand yet what Fabi's plan is. I intuitively would like to believe that white is better here, but I don't actually know what the guy's going to do.
Right.
But a4, I'm not sure it actually, besides saving the pawn, I think the activity of, I don't think Fabi's going to take. That's the one thing I'm sure of. He's not going to move the pawn either. He's just going to let it sit there.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think Black's actually doing anything with the rook on the a5. That's my claim anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Flip it and try to imagine what I would do as white.
But, I mean, why not have the pawn hanging on a5? I don't see any real downsides for Jeffrey to this move a4.
Well, it did cost him a tempo, right? Cost him a tempo.
Okay.
And
even in the middle game, you're fiending for the tempi.
Of course I'm fiending for the tempi. But, I mean, but the thing is, now, if Fabi has no plan here, then the tempo is obviously meaningless, right?
Right.
But if he, but that's where it gets interesting, because we have to ask, well, what is Fabi's plan? I'm assuming he's going to come up with something, but I don't quite know what it is.
I've mostly been waiting for him to show it to us. So. But look, I don't think a4 is bad. It's more than just wasting time for Black. I mean, Black's got a rook on the a file and White doesn't. Black's rooks are connected. The queen is looking at a1, b2, c3. These aren't particularly strong, safe squares for White. So why shouldn't Black, develop their rook here? It's okay.
But, like, let's say I gave you a move A, B, and you play. I don't know where that rook goes. Now, again, I don't know what White's doing.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely think that White needs a good plan here. Yeah, he needs a good plan here. I'm not sure what it is.
Be nice or piss off. We've looked at queen d3 a bunch of times, but Jesse's just been putting the pawn on g6 for Black, blocking the diagonal, and so knight f5 has yet to come up.
Yeah.
Same could be said for queen c2. That's not truly a plan. It's a one-move threat that will stop from Black's perspective. And I think Chess Lover had a good comment. Here's what Chess Lover said, Jesse. He said, I don't see how the white rooks get active yet.
Okay, wait. I got a simple question about this a4 move.
Yeah.
Let me just think about this for a second. What is happening? This is just a concrete variation. So queen c2,
Mm-hmm.
g6. I'm sure we addressed this at some point before, but f4.
I think you played.
What did I do here?
I think you played knight g6 last time when you didn't have the f7 square.
Well, so let me just stress. So what did I do in this position? Instead of a4, I played rook e7, and then I played knight g6 next, right? Okay.
Yes.
So a4.
Well, I haven't tried queen c2 or queen d3 in a few moves. It was a little ways back that I was trying.
Anyways, I was just reacting to the g6 comment, because g6 we had that other variation is very interesting.
Yeah.
Here, I guess knight g6.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what his comment was that now maybe knight f5, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And you could make an abstract claim that that's an abstract advantage for White.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm threatening knight d6.
Okay.
And in fact, let's think about this. It's funny. My spidey senses went off on a4. I was like, nope, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. So wait a second.
Okay.
So if
by the way, Fabi's played rook e1 in response.
Oh man, see, we don't understand anything. Let me just see if I get this. So I was playing, I think knight g6 if I do knight g6 immediately, and then you do queen c2, then I could play rook e5. So I have a lot more flexibility if I play knight g6 immediately. All right, so a4 happens. Bobby says no to queen c2. Let's just try to understand what would happen on queen c2. Because g6, f4, looks a little frightening.
Mm-hmm.
I think it might be some very violent variation. I don't get it, actually.
It does feel like knight g6 is forced, right? And then you want to look at knight f5?
Well, why is it? Maybe we just allow queen h7. I'm not sure it's such a big thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oof. But definitely, I want to play g6, but then I don't have a clear answer to f4. Just trying to imagine what Fabi was afraid of, right?
Mm-hmm.
He might also be thinking that knight f5 he never wants to do because he doesn't want to trade my beautiful knight at d4 for the stinker on d7. Yeah. I don't even want to think about it, right? That might be the bigger rationale for not doing it. Okay, yeah. So let's give him Fabi's move a chance. So this is rook e1. We're giving him more than a chance. We're going to give him more than a chance. All right, yeah. Rook e1. All right. So as we said like a half hour ago, the move h3 way back in the day had two plans. One of dominating the knight with some kind of f4 move, and then one of someday playing e4. Yeah, so now we're back to this e4 thing. Now, if I was black, definitely knight g6 would be my first thought. So that if you played e4, I would try to punish you with things like knight f4. Claiming that your dark squares are too funkadelic.
Yeah.
Also, I'm not even sure e4 is a threat because even then I move the knight. You can't play ed because the knight at d4 is hanging. Yeah. All right, Mr. Pruess, I'm getting a snack.
All right.
I need a snack after all this, man.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
So you might preemptively go knight g6 here for Jeffrey. The players have 50 minutes each, approximately. So kind of balanced in their time usage so far. Knight g6. Yeah, I guess it is slightly surprising to retreat that knight. Another move white might have that we haven't discussed yet be queen h5. I guess Jesse would just play rook e5, so that'll be irrelevant here. Gritty Pan saying white has no plans. No one has yet truly put together a great plan for white this game yet. I've mostly just been waiting for Fabi to teach it to us. And I'm still, pondering what Chess Lover said about we're never really using the white rooks. I've tried f4 quite a bit, Drugelis, yeah, and Jesse has basically just doubled rooks on the e file, attacking my e pawn, and then found a tactic every time. Every time I've done it. Queen f3, how is the endgame for white?
The weird thing about queen f3 is the endgame is probably fine for black, but also just queen g5.
Mm-hmm. We had a question earlier about the knight sack on b5. Trying to get 2 pawns and a pass pawn like this, but I think the bishop on c6 would be really good, blockading the c pawn if we do it like this.
Oh yeah, that's a big fat bishop.
And if you try and like move the pawn right away, black may actually just be able to take it. So there may not really be any opportunity to get this pass pawn on c5 moving. And that's the main reason for that kind of knight b5 sack, would be that the c5 pawn would be really strong afterwards.
Right.
If you play f4 here, knight takes f4 already works, somebody's asking. And yes, that is true. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Pruess, I want to defend White's honor here. So after knight d6, I want to play queen d2. I want to see where you want to go, and I might play e4 next, depending on what you do.
Sure. So I could see black playing rook e7 maybe, or
Mm-hmm.
maybe rook e5.
b7 makes a lot of sense. Let's try rook e7 just for.
Rook e7 is maybe the most neutral, but rook a7 has been played.
Oh my god!
So he really thinks a4 is some kind of genius something.
Rook a7.
Yeah.
Hmm. Funny, the only rationalization I got is like maybe you'll play bishop c8 and rook a e7. But that doesn't make any sense because he could have played rook e7, rook a e8 anyway.
Right, and left the bishop on its useful square. No, I think he's contemplating rook e to a8, Jesse, when I see this move.
But what does it do?
Makes him feel good?
Okay, so let's just say I play queen d2. I'm not sure what Fabi's doing, by the way. Let me just try queen d2.
Yeah. I have to find some kind of an idea on the A file, right, to explain why this move is played.
Now, I want to say this. If you don't... So I'm as black, I'm very obsessed with the putting the rooks on the E file because White has a couple ideas. E4, but also maybe some spatial grab with F4 followed just by the G4, especially if your rooks are off on some dumb adventure on the queen
Right.
side.
It feels like powerful prophylaxis against anything White could do. Right? And it was leaving us sort of planless for White so far.
Right. But if you play, I don't, yeah. Now, maybe it's kind of interesting, too. One thing I'm upset with Jeffrey for is he's playing such a weird move. He's not letting us see what Fabi's intention was on the, like, normal move.
On the normal moves, yeah.
Oh, what was he going to do against the chump GM move? I just wanted to know.
Yeah.
What
What would you have played against me? What would you have played against me?
Okay, 7 is mind-boggling to me, honestly.
Only Ellis, you could play in the U.S. Championships if you had a FIDE rating over 2,600, probably. Or if you won the U.S. Open. some year. You have a 1700. Yeah, so it's a long way away for you to play in the U.S. Championships. This U.S. Championship that we're watching here is technically called like a U.S. Closed Championship versus a U.S. Open Championship. So it's a tournament that you have to get invited to, and there are only 14 players in the tournament who are more or less, the top 14 players in the country with one or two exceptions.
Now, one of the weird things about this position is like, even if black plays funky moves, white is the one who kind of has to do some kind of dance to make progress, whether it's e4 or f4, and both of them seem like very hard to pull off. If you recall, Mr. Pruess, when we got the position with knight d4 like an hour ago, I was like, I like white's position, but I have no idea how to play it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm kind of returning to that sentiment here, because even rook a7, which I can't believe in, I still don't know what I'm supposed to do.
In an open format, could a 1200 play in the same tournament as these 14 players? So, in theory, sort of yes, maybe. In practice, these players don't play in a lot of open tournaments. And one of the reasons is, they've got invitations all the time to play in closed tournaments where they get paid in the tens of thousands of dollars. And it's harder for an open tournament to structure itself to have the money to pay for these players.
It sometimes happens, though.
Yeah.
Sometimes happens.
It happens occasionally.
Our friend Eugene got to play Magnus, open tournament.
Yeah. But again, Eugene's not a 1700. He's a grandmaster himself, right? So
first round pairing sometimes in tournaments like that.
Yeah.
Maybe 1700 maybe. And a lot of people dream about playing Magnus. No, ask Elshon how it feels. Ask Elshon how it feels playing tournament. Yeah, he just wants to go home at this point, man. He just wants to go home.
No, I think Elshon's having fun, man.
No, dude. When you get hammer blowed like this, it is not fun. It's just day after day of punishment. You start playing the old Kelly Sicilian, that's how bad it gets, dude.
Well, why would you show up for the U.S. Championship if you didn't want to play it?
No, I'm sure you wanted to play at the beginning, but after you get hammer blowed, it's not so fun anymore, man.
I don't know. I think it's expected, and it's a great opportunity for him to play some more games against top players.
I'm sure it's easy for you to say that. You're not the one getting hammer blowed every single game, dude.
I've been hammer blowed in the past, and I definitely appreciated the experience.
I mean, he lost the second quickest game in U.S. Championship history. And the first one was so fast, you're like, what?
Yeah. No, that was a bad day. But other than that, I mean, he's acquitted himself just fine this tournament.
No, he's getting hammer blowed. I think he's going to go down today, too. Let me check on his game just briefly.
Okay.
What are you talking about, boss? Results. Here, I'm clicking on results. He's got 2 points out of a gazillion. Oh, no, yeah. He did beat a Wonder, though, and a Wonder's way up there.
Mm-hmm.
The Elshon game, we predicted it in terms of the strategic plans for both sides. That did happen kind of as we predicted.
Yeah. No, that game's pretty interesting. I think.
Oh, and your two bishops thing is going down with Dominguez too.
Oh yeah, dude. Chris ate 2 pawns, and I was like, Jesse, if you want more of like a cheap airport novel game instead of the epic game of inches between Caruana and Shang, we could watch the disaster that's going to befall Chris Yu.
Well, this is not going to be a game of inches. Fabi just laid it down here with Queen H5, my friend.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now, as you pointed out in some other comment, it was like, if the knight were already on G6, then Rook E5 would make Queen H5 look really terrible.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's think about this Queen H5. Mm. It's still hard to say what we're doing with Queen H5. Is the intention that if he plays knight G6 that I'm going to take it? Hard to believe, but maybe. Maybe. You know what? Now with the rook misplaced on A7, dreams of us achieving E4 make a little bit more sense now.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what.
Everything looks better with that rook on A7 for white.
Let's do this. Let's just make a move. I'm going to pretend that this was Zhang's intention with bishop C8. And if we want to, you can throw in AB.
Sure.
Well, okay, let's just throw in AB for a second. So AB, bishop C8. What is it that white is going to do here? Still hard to say. I still don't know. Yeah. What are we doing? Boss, help me out, man. Bishop C8 was kind of random, too. I mean.
So now rook E8 and A7 are both hanging, right?
They're both hanging, yeah. But they're about to be united as friends. Now, I just want to say this was not, I assume this wasn't Zhang's original intention, because he could have played rook E7, rook E8 a lot faster than this funky business. I'm just trying to correct what I'm just correcting back to what my intuition was. All right, so what is the intention of Queen H5? Imagining that it's white's move, what is it that we're going to do?
I'm just looking to them like, Bobby, Jeffrey, you going to tell us? I mean,
he thought for 5 minutes on that move. Queen H5, honestly, it feels a little bit like we don't know what we're doing. Unless he has some dark plan that I don't know what it is, but maybe, yeah, I don't know if he knows what he's doing either. And I will say this, if we ever do any kind of knight F5 action, then your rook on A7 will invade on the A file and do things. Right? Then
yeah, if white ever goes for knight F5, transitioning the pieces, black can play AB, rook A3 at the end. I mean, it feels like E4 would be white's intention. We always have to check that we're not hanging something with the knight on D4.
It looks bad, though, doesn't it? So let's say bishop C8. E4.
Yeah. Try it. Try it and we'll see.
Okay. Actually, and maybe this is some weird thing that he's concocting here. So maybe like we sack the piece on knight G6, for example. Actually, it's not even a piece sack. Here we could do it. Here we get away with it. Here we get away with it because we can.
Because your queen's covering D1?
I still don't know actually if this works. Because, first of all, that could have been thrown at any point and then whack. Whack.
And then a whack at the end. Yeah, it's just one whack after the next.
It's just one whack out of there, and that AB could have been thrown in at any point.
Dang. So, okay, so we go bishop C8, E4, knight G6. All right, pause for a moment. What about knight takes C6 here?
There you go, boss. Now you're talking. And maybe that's even some of the dark arts behind Queen H5.
There is like Queen C5, so I think it just flatly doesn't work.
But even here, knight takes B5 followed by ED, also kind of interesting.
Oh, maybe this way. And what if we just retreated our knight or something, right? Like, what if we just... Is knight f4 an issue?
The knight f4 is a bummer. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, like, knight f3, knight f4. Oops. Yeah? Is that it?
It's not pleasant for a peasant. We got to say that.
Oh, my goodness, Jesse. Look at this move.
Oh, good move.
You know, so, I thought of trying to fight out with e5, right? But then the knight actually cleans up the structure while covering rook e8.
If queen h5 is an exclam move, what I would really appreciate about it is it would show that my intuition was correct, that rook a7 was just weird. Right?
Yeah.
Right? Stupid rook a7. All right, let me try to defend black's honor here.
Jeffrey,
so let's play.
Sorry, Jeffrey has just confirmed it for you in a way that words never could, Jesse.
Okay.
Care to guess the move he played that confirms your suspicions?
Did he go back?
He went back.
Oh. Hey, Jeffrey, buddy, what you doing with rook a7, boss? Everybody knows you're supposed to double on the e file, not double on the a file. What are you doing?
Oh, right. Man. Oh,
well, let's ask the obvious first question, which is, can I play e4? I guess knight g6 is the first question, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so now there's the knight b5 move, and there's and I guess knight c6, queen c6. I don't know what we're doing there.
Mm-hmm.
And then the knight f3 runs into this knight f4 business.
Yeah, and that's just a disaster now.
All right, let's say I'm a madman. I do this.
Oh, man, Jesse, you don't play like this in your games. You just...
Well, boss,
in analysis, you're a different man.
No, it's not that way. Think about it. If I'm white here, I have to do something.
I agree.
Especially now that the chump's giving me all these moves.
Yeah.
I would really like to do something. So whether I play it in a real game or not, I got to try it. And then after an e4, I'm kind of all in because now I've given up my d4 point.
I mean, right? You could still play rook cd1, right? If you wanted to...
But then I'm not threatening anything.
Keep it calm. No, threatening nothing, but just, I don't know.
And I'm allowing yield knight f4, too.
Hanging out.
Okay, but let's just give me a second here. Now, you can play rook e5 if you want. You can play knight f4. You got muchos moves, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe this, dude.
Mm-hmm. I don't believe it either. Black just seems too solid.
Okay, I'm just trying to come up with a plan here, boss. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm trying to do something, man. All right? I'm trying to do something.
Well, here's what Fabi did. He played rook c to d1.
Okay. Good.
With more protection of the d4 knight. I mean, this is like twiddle your thumbs till both players are down to 5 minutes.
Well, no, he has a plan. He want. Now, here's the big question. Like, black clearly fumbled, but did he fumble enough to give white enough time to get anything off?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So one of the reasons rook d1 didn't inspire me was once you play e4, you're still not threatening ed.
Mm-hmm.
Still not threatening it because rook e1, queen d4.
Right. Could black force a trade with queen g5 here?
Definitely thought. Though they're like, maybe in that position I can claim I'm a little bit better in the endgame.
Mm-hmm.
Because I could play that now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little bit better, right? I don't even know if it's that special. I gotta admit.
Yeah, no, that looks nice for white.
But here, let's just ask the same question. What? What are you gonna do if I kick it with my knight over here? And AB maybe I'm going to defend Black's honor. I don't like to defend his honor because he moved his rook back and forth like a chump. And I'm going to snip snop. And now knight g6.
And now, yeah.
What does white do?
If I take on g6, you're taking with the queen, right?
No, I was going to take with the pawn, but I could take with the queen too. I don't know what white's doing.
Yeah. Okay.
That same thing that we've talked about. Once any of the minors leave, then the rook on a8 will do something.
Yeah.
Yeah, this position could definitely happen.
Right.
Rook cd1 is also like kind of a move where just at the bare minimum it keeps the game going. I don't know. Obviously, I've had different intuitions than Jeffrey here. Like I wanted this knight g6 like 1,000 moves ago.
Yeah.
I just don't know what it does, man.
It's interesting. One thing I've noticed, Jesse, is like throughout this game, everybody's been suggesting different moves. You, me, chat, like nobody really has like a clear direction,
Right.
or we don't agree on a plan that's directing us all towards the same moves anymore. The moves being played are kind of on our. He's just played Rook A7.
No, please no, please no.
Yeah. Yeah,
he's taunting him, man. He's taunting him. All right, so
wow.
let me get the
Jeffrey's saying Rook A7 wasn't a mistake? It wasn't a mistake, Pruess. You said Rook A8 admitted it was a mistake? Have you never seen a Super GM repeat positions?
Okay, but here, check it out. I think what he's saying is something very basic, which is he's saying, dog, I don't know what you're doing, and I'm just going to go back and forth, and you show me what you're doing.
Right.
And we both stared at this 1,000 minutes, and we don't know what white is doing.
Yeah.
However, this is definitely balls. This is definitely balls. Like, yeah. So, okay, let's put it in Jeffrey's perspective. He's saying that whole stuff that Kraai was saying on the E file maybe is cute, but I'm just going to leave my rook on the A file. That way, that if white ever trades anything, I will get my counterplay.
Uh-huh.
Furthermore, I don't see anything with E4. I don't see anything with F4. And so my pieces, therefore, are already perfect.
Mm-hmm.
That's what his claim has got to be.
Right.
And maybe.
Yeah. So like doubling on the E file is what you do if E4 or F4 from white are threatening, right? And we proceeded from the first sort of assumption that Fabi has something, and so probably, E4 and F4 are ideas, maybe something to fear in that direction. And Jeffrey at the board looking at it was like, I don't see it yet. So it's handy to leave the rook on the A file against some of these coming to F5 plans. Because other people have been suggesting coming to F5 as plans for white, right? Like some people have been suggesting that for white, we throw in some stuff like, bishop F5 or something at some point, right? Takes and takes and takes and takes, right? In any case like that, he doesn't want doubled rooks on the E file. Actually, those are the scenarios where Dog's just going to use the A file. And then suddenly he'll be better in the endgame. In a lot of cases.
Right.
So rook A7, I think this is the current position. I'm going to promote it.
That's just balls of steel, man. That's just like the big nuts. Do they go against Fabi and you're like, I'll just go back and forth. You show me what you got, son.
Mm-hmm. Queen E2 played.
Queen E2. So I was also admitting. He's like, nope, I was just fainting. That was just a feint.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it was like fainting towards putting a piece on F5 or something.
Or, giving him some questions there with E4. I thought the hope was, I'm sure he was hoping to like make E4 work somehow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now chat feels like they've got a beat on Jeffrey. They think rook E8 is coming.
Honestly, maybe he should just play rook A8, man. He'd be like, he'd show it to me, man. I also believe with black, I really like that whole thing with knight g6, rook e7, rook a8, because then it gave me dynamic potential if you sat around and did nothing, as we saw, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Time control, by the way, is 90 minutes for the first 40 moves with a 30-second increment. And then at move 40, they get an extra 30 minutes added. Now, Exquisite Corp says, if this is as dead as we're currently maybe predicting it is, like, this game could get really interesting, or it could be a draw in the next 2 moves, right?
No. Let me just, I'm going to go ahead and guarantee this game is not going to, like, repeat. Now,
Okay.
against other
So
players,
that's not
maybe.
possible here.
Favi will find a way to keep the game going.
Okay.
And
but here's what I want to get to in this comment, though, Jesse. They say if Ray wins, we'd sort of be switcherooing. But I've been keeping my eye on Ray's game, and dude, I think a wonder's been kind of working him. I don't know if a wonder can ever break through and win, but I don't think the game's gone Ray's direction at all.
Yeah.
Have you had your eye on that position, Jesse?
I'm just looking at it now, and yeah, like, well, he achieved everything we were dreaming about.
Doubled rooks on the b file, the bishop on a4, taking away squares from white and ready to come into b3 or c2 at a moment's notice. Queens off the board. It looks strategically really acceptable, no?
Well, right. I mean, it's kind of like that rook on a2 is fianchettoed or something, man.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's doing. And the bishop on g3 is nobody's hero either.
Yeah. And I mean, a wonder could go bishop b3, rook a1, bishop a4, right? And just say, what are you doing, Ray? So I don't think that white's playing for a win, honestly, at all. If black wants to win, they'd have to move that b pawn past the 2 rooks somewhere, somehow.
Now, let me just say, maybe there's a way for, maybe what white's intention is to play king h3 to guard the stupid pawn. Maybe even knight g5 on. But knight g5 you can't do, by the way, because bishop g5, hg, h4. Mm-hmm. So king h3 first, then play either knight g5 or knight e1. Mm-hmm. And then if you don't have anything on the queen side, maybe we can actually claim that your rooks are funkadelic, even worse than my rook on a2. Mm-hmm. And so
maybe like equal to the rook on a2, but worse than the rook on d2.
Okay, yeah.
It's like, how are you worse than the rook on a2?
And at first it looks like black could repeat, but I don't. Oh, yeah, no, he can definitely repeat. And maybe he should. So like bishop b3, rook a1, bishop a4, and rook. Oh, here's maybe a trick from Ray. Because then if rook b1, it looks like bishop a3 loses. Or is it good for black?
Oh,
but then
let me go to analysis board real quick if you're going to give us something concrete here. I'm going to switch us over to this one.
And I'm going to go ahead and say Jeffrey finally played my knight g6. Hey, Jeffrey, buddy, I've been saying it for a while, man. I've been saying it for a while, buddy.
All right. Give me the variation in the game between Ray and a wonder.
Okay. Did you
just tell me the moves?
I see what you're doing. Okay. So let's say it's black's move, and let's say he wants to draw. Mm-hmm. Okay, maybe he shouldn't. But bishop b3, rook a1, bishop a4, rook b1, looks like a blunder. But then bishop a3 is met by rook a1. And the bishop,
wow.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, there might be a variety of ways for black to set it up so that doesn't work out. But like if black doesn't have anything over there, then I think king h3 followed by knight e1, maybe we got a little something.
But even that position may be very playable for black after losing the piece, right, Jesse?
Oh, good point.
Like bishop b2, rook a4, bishop c3. That would be like a typical piece sack in an endgame to get all these passed pawns.
Well said, absolutely.
White may have resources, but surface level, 3 connected passed pawns with a lot of space on the queen side. You wouldn't expect that black's losing here. So, yeah, that's the situation. Wonder's been thinking quite a bit on this move right here. So, I think... Oh, it looks like he's already played bishop a4 once in the position with the rook on a1. So, yeah, up to this point, he had this huge time lead on the clock. An hour against 20 minutes. Now he's thinking a bit, but he's definitely in control of this game, we would have to think. Pause to reflect. I think in this line here, rook a1, if you go rook a3, white can take on a3 because there's no longer a rook hanging on b1. That's the idea. White's attacking all bishops, but white's also unpinned the b pawn, so to speak. So white could take on a3 with the rook or with the pawn at that point, in that position.
And I gotta say, man, your b sack with bishop b2, that scares the life of me. It's like, oh god, no. Oh no.
Yeah, you would never play this for white.
Well, if white wants to play on, this is what he's going to be forced to do. I don't know, actually. It's still kind of hard because the knight on g6 is out, and black has to worry about knight g5. So it's not a done deal. Right. If we could trade both rooks, then that's a little bit more spicy. So
right. Well, I think what would happen if you want to go like one move further in the variation, I think the next moves would be rook c2, rook b2.
Well, if I get your dark square bishop, I got to be happy about my life, dude.
And then takes and takes.
Yeah, but then I got like knight g5.
Maybe now you have knight g5 in some position like this, huh?
I'm going to get a little counterplay.
Yeah. Now we go for checkmate for black.
Oh, don't do it to me, man. Don't do it to me, boss.
I warned you so that you wouldn't fall for it.
Oh, man.
I was being nice. I was being nice. I'm going for a consensual checkmate on h1, Jesse. No surprises. No surprises. No, like it's a trick.
A consensual checkmate.
I just want you to sign off on it and then take on f7.
All right, don't make me play knight g5 then.
Okay.
Knight g5. Anyways, yeah, that would be, if white wants to go for it, that's kind of what he needs to do. I think Ray definitely wants to go for it. I saw a great interview with Ray where, like, he was talking about his life dreams. One of them was to win the U.S. championship, and he said that looked a lot more plausible like 10 years ago. But think about it. He has a shot, dude.
Oh, it's never been more plausible in his entire life than today.
That's right, dog. It's plausible. You got to beat this wonder kid if you're going to want to be called the U.S. champion. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Well, few have managed that, Jesse. There's only one person who's managed to beat a wonder so far this tournament. And he's not about to be U.S. champion. That's Elshon, who you think wants to just go home.
He just wants to go home, boss. Let me tell you that. I can tell you that for sure. That guy just wants to go home.
So winning the U.S. championship this year is about something different than beating a wonder. Well, Queen F3 in Fabi's game.
Oh man.
What? What's wrong?
I asked the people Chesscom. I was like, hey, I was all pumped to stream the to do a Chessable quest with aggressive repertoire, the dojo aggressive repertoire, and I was like, can I stream Chessable, boss? You own Chessable, let's go. And they were like, no, can't do it, man.
Well, not yet. They don't own Chessable yet.
They let me do chess base, and I was like, oh, you guys are making progress.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are, you're making inroads over here. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think a wonder needs to go for this as a draw, dude. I think white's the one who gets to play some improving moves like king h3, knight g5, and then there's a little grief in the tacos. And then with bishop e3, bishop a4, then you just ask Ray. You can ask him one time. Just ask him one time. You say, Ray, buddy, are you going to play rook a2 or are you going to play rook b1 going for the gold? You can just ask him one time. Ask him one time and then you can think about it.
Mm-hmm. But he's got a lot of time on the clock, so he's thinking about it. We've got some live positions all over the place here, Jesse. I don't know, like, do we want to analyze the possible endgame here between Fabi and Jeffrey after knight g6, queen f3, avoided by queen g5? I think I recall you saying that the endgame would be okay for black, but they could also just play queen g5 when we considered the same question with a rook on a8 like an hour ago.
Right. Let's look at. I just want to say one idea just popped to mind for a wonder is maybe the ultra clever thing to do at some point, whether you want to play for bishop b3 or not, is to play knight f8, prepare to play g6. So you're just totally stable up there. If the guy ever goes knight g5, you just take it. And the idea with knight f8 is then later I'm going to get to d7, then I'm going to get to b6, and then I'm going to get to knight to a4.
Okay, sorry, we're on a different board than you. I'll go there. All right, so knight f8.
Knight f8, dog.
Knight d7, knight b6, knight a4 eventually.
And g6, if once black plays g6, it's surprisingly difficult to imagine how white is going to make any juice over there.
I think like a major plan for white is as soon as the knight goes back, you go bishop f4, bishop g5, and then you create a path in for your king.
Yeah, and then we're going to play, saying you play bishop g5, we're going to play bishop f8.
Right, so you're going to get out of the way in time.
Now, actually, we're all wrong. Dude played a move. Oh, it wasn't on my radar at all, boss. He played king c8.
Yeah. He's going to go cover those weak pawns on f7 and g7 with the king.
I guess so, man. King c8. King c8.
There's a French move for you, Jesse. There's a French move. Castle queenside to avoid the checkmate. Then once there's no queens, you walk your way back over to defend the pawns with the king. The French is all about the laborious.
They're playing rook a7, rook a8, and now he's going to go king c8, d7.
King h3. White's king is racing the black king to g6.
Now that would, I think, if I was Ray, by the way, I'd be very happy to see this weird king c8 move because it means the very minimum the game continues. And now you have to, black has to wonder, is knight g5 a threat?
But I think black's, right, because both pawns would be hanging. There's no time to just defend e8 with the king.
Right.
Knight g5, bishop takes, pawn takes. h4, bishop h4. Knight f4, king g3.
King c8 is a very weird move to me, man. That's a really weird move.
Okay. I got a pretty funky idea here.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you may not like it or you may love it. But here's my idea. Okay, I'm going to just waste a move for black, let's say. King d8. Knight g5. Take, take, push. Oh no, king d8 was a bad choice of squares, Jesse, for what I'm trying to do. Hang on. Let's see if d7's more propitious.
When you say push, you want to push h4?
Yeah.
What if I just play bishop h2? What are you doing?
I guess nothing. You evaded my whole concept.
It's true, though, that if I win the h-pawn and the pawn's on g5, that you could say, well, it's no longer a meaningful pawn. That's true.
Right.
But you are giving me your good bishop.
I was trying to do something even fancier. I was going to bring the bishop from a4 to b1.
You're getting pretty fancy, Doc.
I wanted to, trade the knight on e2, then get the bishop to d1, and then the bishop to h5 and g6 and b1, and then take b2.
Jeez, man, take it easy.
But your bishop h2 move just, shut it all down.
Now, I gotta say, one of the things about this also with Wonder playing the weird king c8, and he thought that was like his biggest thing of the game so far.
Yeah,
is that He knows king h3 is coming. That was clearly White's intention. Been his intention for like ages. So he's like second guessing it. Whatever weird idea he had with king c8, he's second guessing it now.
Mm-hmm. That's true. When you think for 20 minutes and then your opponent plays their move and you start thinking again. Yeah.
How about this, David? I got to go kind of soon. Why don't we go back and do our broad overview?
Yeah.
That we've done before.
Love it.
We'll take it round for round. That Sevian game, man. What a mess.
Let's go there. All right. So, perhaps the first one we could glance at is Niemann versus Lenderman.
Okay.
And Lenderman made some tactical threat against Niemann's h4, g5 pawns, which were pretty fragile with the rook on h8.
Yeah.
And at some point, Niemann just said, "Sure, He made his breakthrough on the queen side and just left the king side to rot. And now he's just played this really cool looking move, king c5. I thought he was, obvious move was bishop c6, right? But king c5. And he's trying to play rook b2 as soon as possible, and just
also to take the pawn on a6 and then run the bad boy.
Oh, so you think he might go into b6 next, even?
Well, it's a big question. First of all, what Black's going to do, obviously, right? Black needs a good move here.
Yeah.
If this works out, it's very impressive.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty classic, this breakthrough on the queen side, and that d6 pawn looks strong, and the king looks almost dead on d8. I guess as long as the knight's on g5, my rook b2 move, Black has sort of pseudo defenses with knight e4, knight e6. It's really if Black plays knight f3 or something that rook b2 ends the game. Otherwise, maybe he just wants to play king b6 and bishop c6 and take a6, like you said.
All right, boss. Let's say I play knight e4. You got to take. Well, I'm assuming you're taking on c6, but
yeah,
your choice.
Yeah, I got it.
So no, actually, I had an idea. Okay, I got an idea. So knight e4, king c6, g5.
Uh-huh.
And then what do you want to do?
Presumably rook b2 now.
Knight takes d6.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Jesse.
Pretty good, hot dog?
That's a good one.
Now, boss. Now, I don't even know if it works, but at least it's an idea for Black.
Yeah.
So the idea is that if
G5.
he goes king b6, I got rook h6 check, and then I take your h-pawn, and I say I'm okay. I'm at least okay. Maybe I'm better, but I'm at least okay.
Well, no. I mean, you're definitely not better. Definitely not better. You might be struggling to live.
Well, okay, so
White still has a bishop and, can go like rook b6 to a6 or something in that very position.
I don't know. Okay, so let's. Well, you're going to put it up on your board? How are you doing?
I mean, the point of the overview is not to get into 10 move variations on each board.
Let me just say that the knight e4 followed by g5 is super spicy, my friends. All right, let's go back and we'll
super spicy, but let's just guess that it loses.
That wasn't my guess. That wasn't my guess.
All right.
All right, let's keep it going.
I'm just going to put a guess out there that White's winning this position.
Wesley So against Elshan.
Okay.
He's still got his pawns.
Yep.
His pawn. He's got the better king.
Yeah.
It looks. I mean, he should be winning.
It's still kind of funky, but probably good for Wesley. Yeah. Maybe like knight d6 here. Now that Black finally removed the anchor on the d4 knight.
And the bummer for Black is he just played this e4 and it doesn't even threaten anything because now his knight's pinned.
Oh yeah, he's not even threatening the f3 pawn. Could he play e3, e2? No, the knight's on e3. Oh my goodness.
So we're gonna say that looks horrendo. And Elshan, I guarantee you, David, you think it's nice, you think it's some nice opportunity. That's what you think when you get there. After you get your face busted in a couple times, I'm telling you, my friend, it's no longer nice.
I think, well, we've got different ideas of what's nice, and I know people in chat were calling me a masochist, which I'm not. That's not what it's about. It's nice if you play a lot of tournaments. It's nice to have a variety, and I'm sure Elshon, if he shows up to a normal local tournament, he's the top dog. It's probably fun for him to sometimes get to play some higher rated players.
Okay, so now Dominguez, I tell you, it was masochistic. Is Christopher Yu? This kid, it don't look pleasant for a peasant, my friends. It don't look fun at all. Yeah, it don't look fun at all. It looks like it's positionally just gone, is what it looks like.
Are you talking about Chris Yu?
Yeah.
I heard it looks like it's gone, and then I guessed which board you were looking at. Yeah, I mean, so at the height of his eating, Chris was up 2 pawns. Now it's 1. Now it's 1. The bishop pair is as angry and as untrackable as ever, right? Like, you just you're nowhere near trading those guys off.
All right, now he went and took another pawn, my friend.
Back to 2.
Now it is true that Dominguez needs a power play. I'm going to try to make the argument for the way Black must be thinking about this sad position. So you can't win one of my knights because they can protect each other,
right?
And you can't. The key square you'd love to get to is like D5, but you cannot get there.
Bishop D5.
That's the argument for Black of maybe surviving this thing.
Yeah. Here's what's going to happen. White's going to see that rook E1, rook E8 is not amazing, right?
Okay.
And that, I mean, like, if there weren't the back rank made on White, rook E1 would be the end, right? You'd play rook E1, and then you'd be threatening to double on E7. And if Black played rook E8, you would trade and then take on C6, and then the light squared bishop would be completely loose. Right? So he's going to play H4.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think H4 is a nice move.
Right. And then if Black plays H5, rook E1 probably ends him. So, he's going to go H4, and Chris is probably going to play something like knight B4 to support C6 with the idea of rook E1, rook E8, trade rooks, rook A7. And then, I don't know, the knights are stuck on B4 and A6 forever.
Yeah. This looks horrendous, dude. It looks horrendous.
And the other thing that Dominguez can do after H4, knight B4, if he likes, is he could go H4, knight B4, H5.
Absolutely.
Right? The old middle game plan. You trade on G6, G3, King G2. It's slow motion, but, I mean, the knight on A6 isn't going to stop rook H8 mate.
No, it looks terrible, dude. Okay, so we're saying that's got to be toast.
Yeah.
Alex is thinking about my plan with knight E4. I don't see a different plan for him. We might come back to that. Then Fabi, he's lost the thread, dude. He's going queen E2. Both of them lost the thread. Queen E2, F3, rook
If
A7.
this game ever had a thread, right? I mean, nobody else has suggested where the thread was.
Well, and now it looks like Jeffrey's trying to mellow the position out at least, because then if he achieves knight E6 and gets rid of our knight, then we really don't have anything at all. We have no trumps left in the position. Right?
Funky move from Dominguez. I didn't see it coming. I don't know what it's about, but okay.
Let's see what he do.
Rook D7. What's going on?
Oh, that's clever. So now if you play knight C5, rook D2 traps your knight.
Okay. But if you play knight from A2 to B4?
Good question. So the idea would be to create some situation where you never achieve knight C5. Okay, knight A B4 happened. Actually, this would be a great little moment for us to see, like, what do we think Dominguez's idea is.
That was a mysterious move, that rook D7 move.
Maybe bishop G4? Kind of weird.
Funky.
I take it back. I'm not going to do that. Rook D6. Oh, yeah. This is a play for severe domination, David. Ooh, look at that. He's saying your pieces can't move, boss. Your knight on b4 can't move, and your knight on a6 can't move, and next we'll play h4. Oh, buddy.
Wow. So he's like, he was cutting off any knight to d3 and then setting up the knights on c5 and d3 instead of b4 and a6?
Yeah. Now, I
That's
assume
funky.
that Christopher has to try something like rook e8 to e6 now.
Yeah. Now,
And
if he
let
does,
me just say, the obvious thing that should be noted in this position is that even if Black's king doesn't get mated, the issue should be that our king later should become a beast and his king doing nothing. So as long as we can like hold back the play on the queen side for Black, right, we can slowly do things like soon we'll play your h4 move and maybe then king h2, g3, f4 with the full bonanza. David, this has been really enjoyable. I got to go, though, buddy.
All right.
Run. This has
Thanks,
been great.
Jesse.
We can do this again. Yeah, it's fun, man. Bye, everybody. I
nice
love
to
it.
have you.
Yeah. Hey, Fabi, stop playing like a chump, buddy. You got to knock these kids out. Oh. All right, David, bye.
Oh, man. The chump winning the U.S. championships. Just embarrassing. Just embarrassing the way this chump is not winning the U.S. championship by as many points as Jesse wants him to. But that was lots of fun. Nice to have a chump GM here on for a change to honestly to just beat the heck out of me in every single variation we analyzed. I'll complete the runaround on these boards here, folks, by saying that looking at Darius Schwirtz versus Sam Sevian, I do not believe in White's position. I just fundamentally, this d3 pawn looks like it's anchored in here. It feels like weakness is on the f file. And I just think that Sam Sevian's doing great here. That's my overview take on a game that obviously we haven't gone in depth on. Now, Caruana Xiang has been kind of an agony for me. Jesse helped me through it, but maybe we should pick a different game to put onto the old analysis board. And I think maybe Neiman Lenderman would be like the first one. What is Dominguez doing? Rook d7, rook d6, rook d7? I don't know. But I'm thinking we could just look at Neiman versus Lenderman and see, like, you know, some calculations, right? And just how does this sort of crack through? I think it's been a very probably classic bishop versus knight endgame up to this point. And so that's what I'm thinking to go have a look at here. Of course, you know, I'm always keeping my eyes on all the boards. If you're keeping your eyes on all the boards and there's something in particular that you want to see, you can always let me know. And if you're not alone, then maybe we'll go to it. So there's the link to all the games for anybody who wants to follow everything at once. And let's take it to the analysis board. This one should be quick to set up. White's got a king that's either on c5 or c6, depending on whether or not this pawn's been captured yet. You have to take basically everybody off the board. Should be a white pawn on a5. A remaining pawn over there on h4. Knight here, double g pawn, king on d8, and there you have it. King on d8, there might be mate. Okay, this is the last position I saw. Let's see if there's been any moves since we were here. f4 has just been played, huh? So, f4. Interesting. Jesse had a pretty slick idea, by the way, folks. I'll put it on the board for you because there's probably a lot of people who didn't follow what Jesse was up to blindfold. He was suggesting throw the check and then play g5. And then this is the sort of obvious intention of white to bust black. And rook b8 mate is pretty powerful. This move doesn't help because of check. But the reason behind everything Jesse did was to clear the 6th rank to counterattack and get the king out of trouble. Knight takes d6. If you give check, he's got knight c8. And if you take here, even without white's pawn, black would be in a mess here, right? Like king here, check, and mate. But rook h6 was his get out of jail move. And then here, and he was going to defend from here. Which, as I said, might still just be winning for white. But it was a pretty clever idea, certainly, right? To clear the 6th rank for defensive purposes. What we're seeing in the game is f4. And how does this move avoid rook to b2 is the first question we have to ask about it, right? Be nice or piss off says rook b2 exclam. That's nice endgame. That's great endgame tactics. Yeah, it's kind of what we were. It's kind of like a major move now. DGT board. I don't have a DGT board. Otherwise, I might use one, indeed. But these two boards are different. One is to keep track of the live position, and the other is for the analysis. So, if I had a DGT board, we would replace this camera over here with just a board view. And so you guys could see it in 2D, which would maybe be easier for you. Like, this is fun for me, but it might not be fun for you. I don't know. So let's see. Let's see if rook b2 is terminal right here, right? White to play and deal with f4. Exquisite Corpse, you are correct that Jesse Kraai himself has lost many Bughouse games on this board right here. He's tried to play the ostrich, he's tried to play the bone, and I've taken care of him many, many times on here. So there are many, many shards of his soul in this board. If you need to build him a Horcrux, you could pull some stuff out of here. The ostrich and the bone are the two Bughouse openings that Jesse is the most familiar with. They're his greatest weapons. They're his greatest weapons in Bughouse, and also, of course, the two openings with which he's lost the most games in Bughouse, since Jesse's Bughouse career is less illustrious than his chess career. It's okay, pause to reflect. Only by stating what you like can we find out if there's a consensus around it, and then adopt a greater consensus. So I'm happy to hear what people think of that. But first, let's see if we can calculate rook b2, threatening check here, takes, or also bishop c6. So moves for black. There's king d7, getting off of the 8th rank. Just running for it, heading for the hills. That doesn't seem to get mated. Bishop check, king here. Pawn takes knight is always a secondary threat. Okay. Jesus, this is about to look even more terminal now that there's a double attack on the knight. Okay, so I guess we just have to look at the knight checks, huh? Knight check, king takes. Threatening rook b8. Now, any relevant moves? King c8, d7. Puts him away. Knight takes d6, king d6. Still just puts him away. It's made in 2. Okay, so no knight e4 now, that's for sure. Let's try the other check, knight e6. So coming from here, knight e6. Now against king takes. Is there some new option? I see somebody mentioned it in chat before, right? Why not knight f7 instead of knight e4? Okay, so we got another defense we can look at, knight f7 here. So here there's knight d4, an additional check, right? Knight d4. King d5 is plausible, leaving the rook open. Knight b5, cutting off all the checkmates, right? Ooh, the rook's also in touch with that b5 square. So check out this trap, folks. Takes, 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 check. King here. Takes, takes, here, 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 here. Check. And by the way, you need to respect Elshan properly. If Elshan played f4, it's because Elshan saw this position. Okay? Elshan didn't play f4 because he was giving up, you know? Like, that's an easy way for us to talk about GM games that are, like, beyond us. And everything that Jesse and I said about the Fabi versus Jeffrey game today was, like, surely way off, you know? Like, you don't listen to Jesse and me in order to understand what's really going on between Fabi and Jeffrey. You listen to us to hear how masters try to understand these super GM games that we can't quite understand, right? Oh, sorry, he's up against Alex Lenderman. Sorry. Thank you, chat. See, I can't even tell you guys properly who's playing on what board, right? So you're not here for any certain answers, right? But we're guessing away. Neiman's played rook b2. So I can guarantee you, Lenderman hasn't given up and just played f4 in order to resign, right, on the next move. Surely he's got this as one of his ideas. Right, most people just see him in the U.S. Championships. Even in the U.S. Championships, he's doing all right. All right, 96 has been played quickly. And king c6 has been played quickly, so I don't need to get that pawn back on the board. Knight d4. I'm guessing these moves are just being played quickly on their board. Yeah. King d5 quickly. So against knight b5, he's probably going to take once with the bishop and then start pushing the a pawn. That's my first guess as to what Hans's actual intention is in this position. Let's see. Knight b5 and bishop b5 have been played. I suppose black could also consider rook h5 to b5 here, right? Instead of a takes b5. It's another important option for black. Okay, but he just takes before we can even put any serious calculation into it. And now king c6, the choice. Sweet move. Sweet move from Hans. Yes, sorting out. Because if you do a6, which was my first sort of thought as to what else he might be going for, after, let's say, king d7, the a-pawn is covered, and there's some obvious, or there's potentially still some resistance in the position. If you compare that to this king c6 move, it feels like this king is really trapped in a bad way on the back rank, and you're going to have to spend several moves just trying to defend from here. And now, if you do that to defend against the a-pawn with the king, then this king can just walk in the d-pawn, right? So the end game is very, very often about king position, and in particular about if you get good position with your king, kind of bullying the other person's king, right? Like putting your king on a spot where it somehow takes away good spots from the other king. So when we get the 6th rank for our king, it also means their king doesn't even get the 7th rank. After this move, instinct is it's done. But let's double check real quick. King c6, candidate moves for black. You could try to run this way. Then after rook b5, white's threatening d7 check, which is the absolute end of the world. So you'd have to do this. Then after a6, there's just nothing to be done anymore, right? a7 is coming. This would be the last move. Rook b7 is the easiest for me to calculate. It might not be necessarily the best move to anybody else, but to me, that's pretty clean. I'd be pretty confident that I'm calculating something without any blunders for white in that line. So that's king trying to come this way to fight back for those squares, which I don't see happening. Jesse's line looks like it put up more resistance, probably foos, but we'll see. Is it too late for f3, we're wondering. Right, so let's try that. So f3. So then, let's say rook takes b5, threatening mate in 1. King e8. Rook check, king here, rook takes f2. Brilliant. And black's in great shape, right? So let's have a look at this f3 move. Let's take it seriously from white's perspective. We've got the rook here and this pawn here, right? So maybe after f3, taking the rook off of f2 is not the most obvious. And let's try the a pawn. Okay. We'll try the a pawn. Threatening a7, a8. It's coming pretty fast. King here. a7, king here. And here my instinct's actually rook f2. Just gaining control over this king. Because obviously we want to play moves like this or this. But I'm thinking maybe if we just get control of where this king's position so our rook can sort of like move him, I think that should make things pretty easy for white from here. It probably didn't matter if we played d7 or rook f2 first. White's winning. King c6. Oh, they played a couple moves. So king c6. It looks like king here was probably played. King c7, king f7, d7. So exactly the idea. If the king opens up the 8th rank, it gives way to this king. So you see just how powerful this theme is of king position in the endgame. I think really instructive. Look, this king's like walking out of the way of the white king, but it's in the way of the rook, and otherwise white will always switch over to this plan. So, yeah, it's over. Instructive, right? That whole endgame quite quite instructive, I think. And I'm going to use the live position to just back up a few moves and let folks who haven't seen the whole thing have a look at how this bishop versus knight position proceeded. White's h4 pawn was weak. White's queenside majority was interesting. Definitely an asset. So look on the live position for a second, and I'll just quickly show you. Yeah, probably black has perpetual there, Foos. Probably. In any case, it was like, I'm going to find a better win for white. So here the king had to take, because if the knight goes here, it's in a bad spot to these pawns. And also it allows bishop f7 to g6, which is one of the easiest winning plans for white. If you can just sort of take black apart, easy. So black always has to stop bishop f7. And now he just switches to pushing over here, expanding that majority. Knight e6, with the idea of taking on g5, knight f4, pressuring the d4 pawn, and a very impressive move here from Hans. King b4. Allowing knight takes d4. What was that? Okay, so the idea was if knight d4, he comes here. Rook has to defend the knight, and then he just comes back and wins it. Okay, so king b4. And if knight g5, what's he angling for? I would guess rook g3. I could be wrong, folks, but I would guess that he was angling for rook g3. The knight's attacked twice. You save the knight somewhere. There may be other squares as well. Rook takes, check. And again, what happens here is white manages to bully the black king and get primo positioning for the white king and a lack of primo positioning for the black king. So we sort of bully that king out, take over good space for white, and the king wants to defend this pawn, but if it does, it could even walk into, if it insists on defending this pawn, it could walk into a little mating net, thanks to all the space that white's grabbed here. So I think that's probably what he had in mind in this position with king b4, allowing knight d4 and knight g5. Right? And as Be Nice is pointing out, there's some real tactical details involved in these variations, but these variations are also strategically revealing and strategically grounded, right? Like what white's doing is they're using their space and trying to squish the position of the black king. That allows them to find a bunch of these tactics, and it allows them to let the position change, right? When you think of how to control an opponent in an endgame, you often hear terms like, stop counterplay, control the opponent, don't give them counter chances, keep them passive, right? But what you can see about Hans's approach to this is dynamic, right? He's allowing knight g5, he's allowing knight d4. It's very concrete. You have to be willing to fight. Stifling counterplay often means they have some moves that almost look possible or aggressive, interesting, but you've got the tactical answers. Like your trumps win through some specific tactical variations. It doesn't mean finding a setup where the opponent can't move. It's rare that you have a position so good that stifling counterplay means the opponent's not able to move, right? You don't let them move any piece. They have no pieces they can move. They've got no chances, right? It's often much more like this. So knight f4 happened, disturbing the rook. Drop the rook back. If he just goes somewhere random, then black could take on h4, and he doesn't yet have, I guess, the penetration points. He needs to push the king back further. And there's knight d5 as a plug-it-up defensive resource as well. So he stays on his h-pawn for the moment with this. King c7, a5, with the idea of a6, multiple tension, double lever, and collapse the structure. And eventually he can trade his a and b pawns for the b and c pawns, leaving two passed pawns on c5 and d4, which would be That's an army, right? C5 and D4. These two dark squared connected pass pawns with the bishop between them. So black now takes here before white can break out the defense of that. And now Hans needs to get this pawn to D6. That's the next goal here. A6, he gets pushed back. He's allowing knight D5, but I guess he can just play king C4. Knight E3, king D3. Knight here. And then swap the bishop maybe to B3 to this diagonal. Knight E6. Oh, that's just let the pawn loose. Oh, yeah, this doesn't look like the right idea for Lenderman, right? He attacks two pawns, but he gets, like, the cheap one at the cost of this one becoming even more dominant. And now the king is... This looks like the end, this position, you know. And I remember as I was following the game from the corner of my eye, I was like, when I saw this king sort of forced to the back rank, I thought, this is looking pretty bad now. Yeah. So, C6. Oh, Gritty, you got to do something like vibri, right? You've got to conjugate it in Latin. Vini, vidi, vibri. Wherever there is smoke, there is fire. Oh, man. Oh, man, yeah. Sounds like everybody's on fire. But in any case, this is very instructive for us to see how... You see how the moment this pawn leaves a dark square, it does so when it's immediately going to the next dark square. It's not hanging out on a light square, right? And this bishop's great. And now this move here, you would think your pawn's so much better than the opponent's pawn, right? Why would I trade my good pawn for this weakness? Why would I've got this protected pass pawn, and now it's not. But it's the king position, right? It's the king position. So, and then this part we've calculated together. So, that was superb. That was superb. So Hans inches up closer to Caruana and Robson, perhaps, with that win. Let me check his personal score so far in this tournament. He has a win, 3 losses, 3 wins. So he's up to an even score. Yeah, he's still not really in the running for winning this tournament, but he's rescuing his tournament. Right now he's up to 5.5 out of 11. He had lost 2 games in a row and been kind of in the dust heap, and now he won 2 in a row, and suddenly it all looks better, and his performance rating is kind of like right around his actual rating probably at the moment. Okay, that said, another important result, if we go to the all boards, we can see here that Robson and Wonder have drawn without really many more moves than we've seen. Probably the mechanism was bishop b3, rook a1, bishop a4, etc. Had to be. So critical is this Fabi versus Xiong game, and they have found a way to just keep the game going. But I want to take us to Schiertz versus Sevian. I'm going to try and cover a few games today, and I feel like that game is really at a critical point. And Sevian is one of the players who could make his way into the championship. He's one of the players with an outside chance at winning the whole thing. So let's have a little look. His king is nicely tucked away. He has done quite all right so far this tournament with this open Rui. Put queens on the board. Look at that d3 pawn still standing proud. c3, b4 for white. And rook on e1. And we're going to need an h6 pawn to finish up the black king's position. Now, is black up a pawn now? No, we're missing white's passer. All right. So, to me, this position looks like exactly the kind of position I would have expected from what I'd seen previously on this game. And I actually missed a few moves, so I don't know how they traded into this situation. I can see the last move was rook f5 to f3. But basically, this pawn here is so strong, and this f file was always weak for white. So this is exactly thematically what I sort of thought would happen. It doesn't reveal any bad player mistakes from white. Black's threatening rook h3. It seems like the only move is going to be king h2, but Daro is thinking about it. Maybe he's got some other candidate moves. I mean, I think like e6, rook h3 looks fairly obvious, but maybe there's like queen g2, and you look at everything. If you've got the time and you're a strong player, you look at all this stuff, right? If you're e-pawn queens, good. And we can look at that too in a second. We're just making candidate move lists. So e6, king h2. I assumed there wasn't king g2, but I mean, I don't have a one-move win against it either. All right, I mean, this is the most violent-looking move, and then the king could step over, and yeah, and then it's over. d2. This isn't perpetual. Clunk is one option, but even this, I think, yeah, just this does it. How did the queen get to e8 from e1? Did I just play an illegal move? Nice variation, David. Nice. Rook takes, queen takes, here, here, check, here, and here. Right? So, okay, there's one move that's not a candidate move. Then it's king g2. So there's e6, there's king g2. This feels like a pretty big threat. So it's like either you defend it or you ignore it with your own big move. Daro's got just under 10 minutes. Sevian's got 25. The time lead was even bigger before. Sevian's used some time. They are on move 36, so there are 4 moves to be played. Foos points out that in this blunder variation here, instead of taking, you could also play check and then take for free, so that'd be even better. So this variation is even more completely winning, definitely. So it's king h2 or e6. I think e6 would be the easier one to calculate. If you're playing the game and you've got the time to calculate everything, you would calculate e6. Probably, right? And then come back around. Just play king h2 if you have to. Honestly, against king h2, there isn't like an obvious next move for black, is there? I mean, nothing really cracking. Oh, queen f7? And then king g2. Okay. I think this is a fairly stubborn defense, king h2. But we could calculate this thing real quick if we want to. I'm playing some fancy moves now. Trying some real fancy moves here. I don't see what rook g3, king h2 does, Claude, so that's why I didn't try it. So now I'm here. Well, I think my fancy moves are paying off. I think the fancy moves are paying off. So rook e1 loses to queen e1, queen f1, rook h1. Queen takes h3. Queen e1. I think you got to take because this queen's nowhere near any perpetuals. We're not going to move through the pawn this time. We're going to stop with those. We'll take, check. King up. Queen check. I guess there's still work to do in this position. Still work to do. I mean, it's sort of a dominating position, but black also doesn't have a passed pawn yet. It's close to Zugzwang, but maybe not quite. Maybe white still has room for these moves. Maybe I got too fancy. Maybe that wasn't so winning. Still thinking. Still thinking. D2, rook here. White pawn on e6. Chad has found queen e1 check, queen f1. Okay. So does that mean you found something even better? Here, here, here. Oh, and white just completely wins. Yeah. All right, so this can't be done at all by black. So let's go back here. And consider e6 again. I felt good when I was getting all fancy. I was like, I'm starting to see something. Nope. No. This might be the moment. This might be the moment for Daro. That's why he's thinking so long. Like, if he can go e6 and get out of passivity, that's an exciting prospect for him, perhaps. Although I also think king h2 is pretty solid. Morad Yabadi has just lost to Wesley. Sorry we missed that moment, folks. Sorry we missed that moment. There's a lot going on right now. Like, all these games are in that, like, move 36 to 40 moment where some dramatic stuff is happening. And, yeah, this game's doesn't have an easy knockout like I thought there might be. So, let's go here for a second. H4 can't be considered. I guess H4 can be considered. It's a little bit beside the point. Like, you either want to defend your pawn or push your other pawn. I don't think you have any reason to really want to do this. Rook check. King here. Rook takes here. It seems like it makes your king position airier the more you push these pawns. Okay, chat's saying on e6, or RD-born's finding this, that you could give the check, and after king here, then come like this. Whew! Yikes. That's a threat. That's a threat. You found a spot, D-born. Don't think there's any defense to that. In which case, we could rule out e6. We could say we have to go king here to stop that. And do you see any other ideas for us, RD-born? For this position, for black, I hadn't yet found how black further incurs into white's position. I thought of queen here, king here, and then I was kind of didn't get further than that. So far, the two players who've won today, Neiman and So, were not players who were in the leading group. So it's not really changing who's winning the tournament yet. Robson drew. Caruana's game looks draw-ish against Xiong. And Dominguez and Sevian have chances to creep closer to Caruana and Robson, maybe. I'm showing Schwierz is down to 1 minute here. Is this real? Looks like it. So you can see here Caruana and Xiong with an equal pawn, rook and pawn endgame. I would really strongly suspect a draw in that position. Because I don't even really see an advantage for either player. I know that feeling, pause to reflect, but I think once you're really, really that old, you stop thinking that God, I'm old thing, and you're so old that you've become used to being old. I think that's the next level that's coming up. Is at some point it won't even be like a surprise that you're so old. You'll have been so old for so long, you can't remember what it was like to not be so old. That's what you're going to feel like next year. Yeah, we see Xiong. I'd consider this variation rook c3 and c5 trading another pawn. Doesn't change anything about my expectation. This position looks drawish. Queen to g2 played by Schwierz at 1 minute in this game. And you guys can see Dominguez versus you. That Dominguez is now up a rook against knight and 2 pawns. I say up because, you know, knights are not as valuable in the endgame, right? So pretty good chance that Dominguez will eventually win both queenside pawns, and then we'll see an endgame all on one side of the board where the knight tries to defend against the rook and can't quite do it, but it'll just be on one side. So let's hop over to this board again. Rook takes d2 just played. That's exciting. So it went queen g2. d2. Rook d1. Queen coming into d3. Defending the rook. Rook takes d2. Queen e3 check. I don't think you can block like this. But what's the intention against king h2? Maybe to pick up this pawn with check. Then return to c3. And finally you're up a pawn at least. And you're really in on this third rank. It's a lot to defend h3 and g3 for white. I don't like what Dariush did. Maybe there was a problem with this king h2 move that we expected, but it sure looked okay. Queen f4. Not even taking the pawn. So now the king can't go this way because of rook g3. And if the king goes this way, is he going to play rook g3 and force the queen off of this pawn? There is queen a8, which is check. And then after the king comes up, now your queen's kind of far away from these threats of rook h3 and queen f1. Could this be the end right here, folks? Could this be the end? Here's the live position. Check right here. King's on g8, h8. Okay, so king g1, rook g3, king h1. King h1, rook f1 is even simpler than rook g3. Oh yeah, this is completely over. No wonder he didn't take the pawn. That's it. He's gonna flag / resign here, more or less. King g1 has just been played. And yeah, what's the idea? It's like rook g3, and then you try and queen that pawn as the last hope. If the queen had to blockade it on e8, you might be able to draw this position. But the king can blockade it on e8, and that's a winning position. Yeah. Rook g3 has been played now, and I think this is done. This is done. We're going to move to another game here. Because, yeah, there's nothing here. I mean, the big question, though, is this, right? In this position here, why did he go queen g2? Sorry, rook was here. Why queen g2 instead of king h2? Because we hadn't yet come up with any danger for white in this position. Obviously, black's position is good, but we hadn't found a danger. Like, we hadn't even found a threat. Yeah, I mean, we just had nothing, right? Nothing concrete. Obviously, black's kind of in, but does anybody see anything here? Queen f3? Yeah, I don't see anything for black here. I don't see it. The only thing I would see, yeah, would be that there would be some kind of Zugzwang at some point. I have the position right, don't I? Rook f3, pawn, 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 yeah. Like, white can hardly move, in the sense that this move loses to queen d6. So you don't need to blockade it. This can't move, this can't move. If this queen moves, this move wins, probably like in the game, right? If the rook moves away, you can take this. If you go to e3, black can take and push. Maybe black has like a Zugzwang. Like for all I know, G5 or C6 or something, and white's just out of moves. King H7, King G8. Yeah, Queen F7 making a threat, King G2 defends. So but maybe there's just a move that leaves Zugzwang, King 8, King H7 or something. King G8. What does white do? King G2 loses, King H1 loses, King G1 loses, Rook E3 loses, Rook D1 loses, Queen G2 D2, Rook D1, Queen E5 loses. Okay. I think it's just a Zugzwang. He was just lost because of Zugzwang. So Sevian is the first of the sort of leaders to win today, to win a game today. Let's go to another game. Sevian scores that he's now at +2. So, I mean, it would still be a long way from catching up, but he won a game with black. That's huge, right? And points are scarce right now. So, yeah. It's big. I mean, I could click on him and see who he still has to play. He still has to play Wesley So. And Hans Niemann, I think, are his last two opponents. Wesley So and Hans Niemann. Not easy, and he'll probably need 2 and 0 to catch up. Maybe 1.5 if Fabi doesn't do well. But, yeah. That's where Sevian's at. We got this game here that we analyzed before. You can see it probably looks kind of solid. Let's have a look at the other game for a little bit. Let me try and get that set up here. Rook's finally developed. I think there's still an A pawn. And white will have 2 rooks on D1, C4. Okay. So for argument's sake, we'd expect white to eventually be able to win the A7 pawn. The question is, can you break this knight on F4 ever on the same side of the board, right? Like, you could attack it with 2 rooks at some point and take on F4 with this gone. And I know there's mate on the back rank, folks, but I'm just trying to diagrammatically talk about what are your ways of winning. This would not be enough to win, usually, right? So that's the simple plan. That would be the simple plan, would be to just attack the knight on the square and overpower it and take. But that pawn's not going to be enough. That could potentially be a plan if you had king and rook against king and knight, right? Like if you traded one of these rooks for this rook, you could maybe put your king on F3 and then just threaten to sack to force the knight back. My understanding, though, is that ultimately you are always winning with rook and 3 against knight and 3, basically. It's my understanding. Even though the knight fights really well on just one side of the board, I feel like you'll always lose eventually. So I'm definitely thinking this is a win for Dominguez right here. H4 and H6 played. Not sure of the reasoning behind H4. Moves that I would have understood, so to speak, would include doubling rooks so you can always block, Like, you could do stuff like this, and then whenever they go here, you would always have blocks. And then also just getting the king out of this corner, like some attempt to set up king on f3. So that could be like king here, and then maybe, you know, the rook somewhere, and then looking to bring the king like this. I'm not sure how easily it can be done, because the rook and knight together can harass quite a bit. So this move, what's the idea behind it? Maybe it's easier to bring the king through h2 to g3 than out through the middle of the board. Although, like, I didn't think of that immediately, because I think recently he played king f1 from g1, right? If we back up the game. Oh, I guess it was forced by check because king g2, knight f4. So that says nothing about what he really wanted. Okay. So h4, h6. So this could be the idea. It could also be to have this pawn as a target. You know, again, rook d6, rook b1. Let's just make sure we all understand this mate is here. All right, let's make sure we all understand it. And then he traded. That's fairly surprising. But there's going to be a concrete reason for it, and he's going to show it to us pretty quickly here. Rook here. So point one, I think, is that if you play f6, he takes the 7th rank, and black can lose just off of king position, right? Just that white can always threaten 2 rook checkmate attacks. He's going to make this rook totally passive, and then you can attack this one from behind. Let's double check. You would think knight e6 would probably be the move here, right? And then maybe he'll just go after this pawn, and then there's rook here. Knight here also keeps the rook out of the 7th rank, which is nice. Rook f5, rook. Always time for black to set up a good defense. I mean, I said, like, we can sort of assume white can win the A pawn, but it's still something to do. I mean, you do want to win the A pawn if you get the chance to do it. You do have to take care of that business at some point. So if you get a chance to go take it and win it, you will. You'll do it, and then come back around and address the next item of business. But knight e6, what's... Oh, okay. He's probably just taking care of the A pawn right now. That's probably what he's doing next. Yeah? Do I think it's useful to play blindfolded games against your 500 rated friend? What do I think? If it's fun for the two of you and it builds your relationship, go for it. Is it useful training? Sure. It's not bad. I think blindfold training has its place. It can be perfectly good. In general, if you're 1400 and you're playing with somebody who's 500, whatever you do is unlikely to be super useful to you. So I would focus more on it being useful to the player who's 500. When you've got that kind of a gap, it's going to be more about the 500 rated player catching up, but in a way that's, you know, fun and efficient. It's fun and difficult is actually the best combination, right? Because if it's difficult, only difficult things actually let you improve, right? So only difficult things are going to really lead to improvement. And the key is often finding difficult things that people still enjoy, because a lot of times people just don't enjoy difficult things, right? So if you're finding that this activity is difficult and fun, I think you found a good activity for you all. Most likely. Sounds like you found something pretty sweet. Yeah, Deborn was surprised to learn that they can play a blindfold game. I'm obviously not surprised. Deborn is very, very good at chess to have not realized that they could play blindfolded. Most people at Deborn's level can. It's difficult to remember, yeah. It sure is. And if you're around 1400, it's not easy to play blindfold as a 1400. For one thing, some 1400s don't yet know where all the squares are. Like if you ask them where's f7, they don't just always know like here's f7, here's e4, here's c3, here's b2. So it can be challenging even just from like a notation perspective to keep track of the whole board. The most common thing that I would do, Papu Gaming, and you should definitely go with what you're doing if it's fun and interesting. But just to like address, 1400 and 500 or 1400 and 700 again for a moment, the most common thing that I would do in that situation is play material odds. So I would take off enough pieces that the score between the players is about 50-50, if that makes sense, right? So you don't want to take off so many pieces that the 500 rated player wins every game, and you don't want to have so many, and you don't want to just play normal where the 1400 wins every single game. You need to try and find the right number of pieces to take off the board so that your matches are about 50-50, over 10, 20 games. Definitely somewhere within 25 and 75%, right? And if you're scoring between 25 and 75%, then each player is having opportunities to win and lose and they're noticing when they play better moves versus worse moves because they're rewarded by winning and punished by losing based on playing better or worse moves. If you're playing in a way where the score is 100%, then you're not getting that feedback of sometimes winning and sometimes losing depending on how you play. So that's what root beer does is exactly what you shouldn't do, right? Winning every single time. That's not good for root beer or for the 500 rated friends. So you need to make a material adjustment. That's the classic thing to do. So for anyone out there with 500 rated friends or 700 rated friends that you want to bring into the game and let them, enjoy and develop their chess, you're going to want to take pieces off the board till the score is about 50-50. And you'll notice that they'll improve at some point and they'll start being able to beat you, and then you'll need to change the material, right? Like if you give someone an extra queen and 2 rooks because the difference is so big and it's 50-50, you'll notice at some point they start learning how to beat you with an extra queen and 2 rooks. Even if you're studying and improving as well, like you won't be able to compete with how fast they'll improve. So they'll beat you 3 times in a row at some point, and then you put one of your pieces back on the board. Yeah. Exquisite Corpse's suggestion is a nice one too. Find 2 friends who are at a sort of equal level, let them play with each other, and then give some comments. And as Exquisite Corpse is saying, is just showing pins and skewers can be a revelation. A key thing about commentating, if you are, a 2,000 plus rated player commenting beginner's play, is if you tell them everything you see, it's overwhelming and way too much. So you just want to tell them 1 or 2 things per game, basically. Well, let's say like 2 things per game is like average of how much you would want to show them. And otherwise, just let them play. Exactly. Always err on the side of taking off too many pieces. If they win a couple times in a row, then you can put pieces back on the board. And you won't get dispirited because you know that you gave them all your pieces, right? And you're also an experienced player who enjoys chess already. It's the newer player who you have to make sure that you don't dispirit them by beating them 1,000 times in a row. So normally err on the side of taking off too many pieces, and if the newer player is able to beat you consistently, right, 3 times in a row with a certain material advantage, then put one of your pieces back on the board and make it harder for them. Okay, let's get back to the U.S. Championship with that. It's a great question, and I hope that, I hope that answer was useful to a few people here. Rook a5's been played. There was a long think on knight e6 here. After rook c5 from Chris, right? Fought for 7.5 minutes on this move. So he was definitely thinking about it. But ultimately, you know, he concluded that giving up the 7th rank is no bueno, which it is for sure that can't be right. You got to be dead. So knight e6. Okay, whatever. White's going to go over to a1, take the pawn on a7 at some point. So what you want to do is bring your king up so that you can bring the knight back to f4 and put the pawn on f6 at will. That's going to be your ideal setup. And since white traded a pawn, you're not far off from the draw here as black. There's definitely still hope. I was confident white could win 3-on-3. I'm not 100% confident 2-on-2. Does knight d8 to c6 hold the pawn? No, because here white's threatening rook a7. Rook takes a7, right? So you need a move to defend the pawn. If you go knight d8, white just takes. And you need a move to defend it, and then rook comes here, and the knight's too slow. But interesting, Chris Yu is trying to fight. Look at this. Nice. So he just wants to get white to play f3, I guess. And then white's just committed all the pawn moves, right? And it's brittle, and he can look for ways to go after it. Even consider knight d4 or something. F3's been played. Yeah, that probably had to be played. So he could just drop back here, bring the king up, trade one rook on a7, and hope to hold this position. I think he probably would eventually lose that, but it's challenging. He could also try for something a little more complicated with knight d4 here and counterattacking this, right? Right now there's rook takes check and then rook d3. He could play rook here. And then on king here, give the check. Yeah. That could be a little tricky for white. Rook b3 right here. If you go rook f4 to be able to play knight d4, the issue is that even like here, you bring two pieces. White still has two pieces, and you don't have a way to break through, right? So I think it's more like you want to do like king here to defend this at some point. So let's say rook b3. White has to make a tough choice between these squares for the king, right? Basically, we could do something like here, here, check, and the idea of setting up this if the king goes to this side of the pawn. And if the king goes back, then you just keep attacking the pawn from the third rank. How does white protect it? The other option is they go here, then you go rook check, and now they can block, which they couldn't here, right? Here they had to either back up or come forward, and then again, we do this, and sort of, now we don't checkmate the king, but we push it away from its pawns, maybe. Also, here you might be able to just keep giving checks, I don't know. But concretely in this position, if the white king goes to e2 when you're attacking the pawn, and you give check, white can block with the rook. That's the idea of here instead of here partly, but now you have knight d4. The rook can't take, right? King comes up, trade, knight f3. And this is a guaranteed draw, right? This is a guaranteed draw if you get this. So that's why I think the move rook b3 could be a little tricky here from Chris Yu in the current position. Yeah, a6 for black doesn't really change anything. Whether white takes on a6 or a7, I think it's the same. Even if a6 were a worse square for the rook, you'd be spending a move, making it take there instead of a7, so it could use that tempo to reposition wherever it wants. Looks like Fabi somehow might be up a pawn now against Jeffrey. I don't know if it is anything. Let me check. Rook b3 played by Chris. Yeah. Seems like the toughest move. Let's look at the Fabi game for a second as well. I mean, we followed this game for so long. Let me back it up just a little bit. So we saw to this position. I saw this position a little bit earlier. Trade here. G5 take. Doesn't take. Rook e4 take. Right, why not take back? What on earth is up with this more complicated move? It's because of this. But this should be fine, right? Draw. You just brain dead push now. White will be forced to trade like this, and then it's a draw without the pass pawn. Now, wait, Talia Cervantes is up to first place? How did that happen, Krauser? That's amazing. She wasn't in the top 5 2 days ago. I missed one round. Wow. Wow. She passed Tohir Janova and Alice Lee. That's incredible. Wow. She passed everybody now. So in the game, what they're getting is here, here, here. And now his concern is, right, the rook's on the f7 pawn. And if he trades the b pawn for this pawn, then he's got to play f against g and h, right? So he could always just, you know, brain dead push the b pawn. White has to go deal with it, and then he could clean up this pawn. But then there's this pass pawn. Black, if I had to guess, black can draw that endgame. I'm not 100% confident, but I would guess black can draw that endgame. I mean, it might make more sense to put your rook behind this pawn, right? And can your king just collect this on his own? Why give up the b pawn? Let's see what's happening. Rook g5, king h2, b3, h7, check, king h8, rook f7, rook b5, rook f1, b2, rook b1, king h7. He just made this so complicated for himself, Jeffrey did, right? Compared to h takes g5, just a dead draw, no? So rook b1, king h7, and now if the king comes all the way over here, what happens? I guess at some point when the king's on a square like e2, you go rook b3 and you go rook g3. King f2, you come back. King keeps going, you take g2. Rook g1, you queen. Wherever white puts these pawns, when the king gets like the e or d file, you just attack the g pawn with your rook. And it'll be a draw. Did Fabi throw what again? This game should have always been a draw. Shouldn't it? There was no point where Fabi should have won. Oh, Merles, you're also saying the black king could just come and take as long as you don't trade rooks. Yeah. Oh, Krauser, were you afraid that he was going to lose the position? Is that what you're worrying about? Oh, you were worrying he might lose here. Ah, yeah, he'll never lose here. Yeah, he can't lose this position. Even if the black king were like on d3, it would be a draw. You'd play king f4, king c2, sack the rook, play g4. Can Lanier win? Yes, I think so. And we can go have a look at it in just a second. But yeah, I just wanted to double check what was going on here because this game is so critical. And it looked like there were some slightly weird moves. HG5, rook f5 as a concern. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I just feel like this should never have gotten so complicated. Right? It should never have been like a challenging position or a questionable position. I mean, he could probably just have traded here even, right? And kept his h6 pawn. I don't know. To me, there's like no world where this should ever become a thing. Yeah, I don't know. And again, you know, you don't even have to play, if you want to prepare it, you can play king here before playing g5, you can play f6, you can, I don't know. I don't know how this became so complicated. But, in any case, we are now here. And it will still be a draw. Okay? So, we're going to switch back to Dominguez and you, which is going to be the other decisive result today. Maybe. So let's see what happened after f3, rook b3. First, king f2 was played. Rook check, king here. Now black played Exquisite's move a6 with the idea that if you take, you can never block on d3 because of knight c5. So now black can sort of just check you forever. And if you ever block here, then we know that knight d4 wins the f3 pawn. So a6, and this was the rook check king here in. a6, and white is playing rook d3 themselves to stop that check. But this pawn is technically still alive for a moment, right? Because if black plays king g7 now, for example, rook takes a6, there's knight c5. I was getting out of the way of rook a8 check, by the way, folks. Here white could actually still take it, right, because of check. So king g7 from Chris, you would think. And, yeah, the pawn hasn't been taken yet. Maybe it would be like rook c3, taking away that square. Rook b6, rook here. I mean, oh, no, we don't have time for that because of this. Okay. Let's think about this from Chris's perspective for a second, even though it's a tough perspective. White's played rook d3. Can I check my DMs? Probably. Is this thing already like out in public or something? What is this thing? Video unavailable. It's private. Caruana and Xiang have agreed to a draw, by the way. So rook b8 played here. That's really weird that he didn't bring the king up to g7. I was pretty confident he would move the king up here. Do you want me to show it today? Because I certainly could. I know how to switch YouTube accounts. Hey! How's it going, sweetie? Sure, I'll check it out tonight and then we can show it tomorrow. During round 12. That way I can have it ready and loaded up and all. Have Jesse and Kostya seen it yet? Want to come up here, puppers? Just finished. Nobody's seen it yet. Hot off the presses. Nice. My dog's name is Puppuccino. We could get rid of the analysis if we wanted to and just have a puppa cam. Yeah, I've got a YouTube channel, and so does the Chess Dojo. Papa! Yes! Hi, sweetie. Messed up. There we go. Oof. That's brutal. Well, folks, you better like this video because it's the last thing Braden made with his dying breath. There are several raps on my personal YouTube channel, yes. Several chess raps. Okay, ding dong, the a6 pawn is gone. While I was just talking to Papa. So king e3, a6, rook d3, rook b8. So in this position, white just attacked the pawn again. Then black played king g7, then gave the pawn with no further ado. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we do, Krauser. We've done several dojo talks that were off of topics given to us by viewers. Yeah. Okay, so the A pawn is gone. What next? So options for white include trying to double on the 7th rank or trying to trade a rook. The podcasts are on Spotify. Yeah. Trading a rook feels like it would be the easiest to me as well. So black's avoiding a rook trade with king g8. I don't know why black ever put the rook back on b8 though. Does it make sense for Chris to play this out? Absolutely. Would you resign here? Right. The thing is, if you ever commit to f6 for black, then the knight doesn't have that support point on e6, so it has only f4. But if you don't play f6, your g5 pawn needs to be defended at all times, so you can't actually put the knight on f4. Like if white plays their king to g3 and then plays rook a5. You can no longer set up this thing here because of rook takes g5. So I would start with that. Then I would try and put the rook on the 7th rank while I've got this rook backing it up. And then I would put this rook here. And that could probably be enough to force black into full passivity, right? It's a good start. But it's not the end yet. Now, once the rook is stuck on f8, maybe we could bring the king out and come all the way up here. And now, if you put this rook on e7, you would finally be threatening the final breakthrough. Rook takes f7, rook takes f7, king takes e6. With an elementary king and pawn ending. White's clearly objectively winning, but it's a technical task to convert. Yeah, so that's one idea. That's how I think one thinks about these kind of endgames, is kind of sort of schematically, right? Like if I put my pieces on this square, can I achieve this or that? Okay, so rook a6, knight came to f4, rook 6 to a5. You can't use this one yet because the king's out here still. And then black will give you a barrage of checks. And you can't hide from them. So that's why I would bring the king around here, tie the black pieces up, and then bring the king back out. But okay, so here rook a5 is the move, and he's going to avoid f6 because he still wants this support point for the knight, and he doesn't want to open the 7th yet. So king here. Now if this rook moves off, if this rook moves off of the A file, you'll be threatening rook a6 check. If you bring the king here, maybe black switches to this to chase us out. It's a sick detail. Enabled by white's h4, h takes g6, g5. Rook a8. Ooh la la. All right. There goes the 8th rank. There goes rook h8 to h3 switcheroo if you come here. But also now there's the idea of rook g8, making it really tough to defend this pawn. If black wants to avoid this rook trade, it could get very passive here in a second. I think Chris will... Oof. I was going to say, I think Chris will play rook b6 so that on rook check, king here, there's not rook a6. But he can't play rook b6 because white will do this. Right? So if he wants to avoid a rook trade, he has to put the rook somewhere like here. And then he's got to deal with this. If he comes here, this, here. Still not the end of the world. Not dead yet. Not dead yet. Rook b7 is the choice. Not defending g5 extra. Oh, because if he comes here, white doesn't check then. White plays here. It's taking me a moment. Which is part of the reason why, you know, nobody should resign this position. It's not totally straightforward. But it's this move first, right? Because you can't take the rook trades. Forcing you here, and now rook check. Perhaps is more brutal. I guess you still have knight e6, and you have not yet resigned. Can the white king just come straight up here or not? I think not. I would still maneuver the king here, actually. So even that wouldn't have been easy. But we understand why he didn't go here. He played here. Thanks, be nice. It's a tough fight just to get this knight back to e6. And then you need to fully reposition the pieces to focus on f7 instead of g5. Not easy. Want to get down, pups? Alright, Puppa needs to stretch her legs. I'll be right back. Just a sec. All right. Check here. King can't hang the pawn. Right here. Rook here to shelter from side checks. Sorry, of course this rook's here, not hanging. Yeah, gritty pans. If white could trade rooks, I think it makes it a little bit easier. Mm-hmm. White's still very, very far from converting right now, in my opinion. I think I see a way for white to win, but if I were playing as black, Lanier's moves would not yet have shown me that he has a plan to win, so I would still be fighting. That frees the knight up. Sorry, Bilbo. That's okay, Alexa. You don't need to ban him. It's alright. It's fine. I'm sorry, Bilbo. Sorry, everybody. As some of you know, this is like a 5-hour or so stream, and I don't eat, so every now and then I need 10 calories to get me through it. I miss a lot of meals. When I'm not streaming, I'm taking care of my kids. So, okay, so here, rook d5. So, check, check. And now you can't play knight f4 because the rook's targeting this pawn. So that's a nice square for the rook to be on if he wants to go back and do my plan. This will give us an inkling if he does or doesn't, right? Because he could just play rook d3, but I think king f2 to... Yes, king f2 instantly. Nice. So this would be stage one of, so to speak, of what I expect white to do in this endgame. Is shelter the king here from that rook in a position where they can't get the knight to f4 because of this. And then you need to tie the opponent to this pawn with, I think, rook f5 and rook a7. And we'll see if white can get to that. Looks like he's thinking for a minute here after rook b2. No, he's played king g3. Okay. So far, so good. Pumpkin's been snacking for the entire stream. Yeah, I could have clicked the mute button for a second. I don't know. It's a little bit casual, but it's like we're trying to do some quality analysis at times, but also just part of it is also just hanging out here together. All right. I can imagine it, Gritty Pawns. This kind of stuff has happened to me, for sure. Okay, so we get rook e2. So now the question is, can white play rook a7 and rook f5, right? So basically, this is the question. Here, rook f5, are we allowing knight f4? And I think the answer is we're not, right? Rook check. Oh, but then knight e6, and we haven't yet, we haven't yet finished our work. Okay, so let's have a little look here. So the current position, the rook's on d5, this has been played, and the king's here. The point of rook e2, he wants to wait on the second rank and keep knight f4 as an option. Yeah, I mean, he could have played rook b2, c2, or something like that. I guess this provides some extra defense to the knight, in some case, maybe. All right, so now, I don't think black's going to go f6, but you're right, it might be allowed by this. Oh, no. I don't think you can go f6 to check here. Right? That unseats the knight. So that's like a concrete example right here of why we've been saying sort of in general, black will not want to play f6. Merle says black will never play f6, right? But it's that kind of idea that black doesn't want to play f6. It unseats the knight. Even if we didn't have rook e7, a move like this, and you can see that black can never play knight f4. They just have to go full passive. right? And white can play a move like this, and black's very passive. The rook has to keep the knight defended, so then it has to stay on the e file, but then it runs out of squares, and if you do this, you get forced to the back rank, and then you see how it gets worse and worse once we lose our grip. So actually, the two pawns, a knight's move apart as black has them. The two pawns and knights move apart, supporting two separate squares for the knight, is a pretty classic defensive setup for this kind of an endgame where you're down in exchange. Yeah, I think, Danke, you were trying to set up like a threat, right? But here, we're really just trying to make white's life difficult, right? We've accepted 50 moves ago that we were never going to win this game. Our goal is to draw it. Now, many of you may have in the back of your head, whenever you're playing a game, I could still win. My opponent could still blunder something. I could still win. Maybe you guys never go into that perspective of I've got a 30% chance at a draw and a 70% chance at a loss, and that's it, and no chance at a win, and all I'm doing is playing for that 30% chance at a draw. Because you don't play against Lanier Dominguez, who's never going to lose with white in this kind of position. So you may not have that perspective. But Chris, he's a grandmaster. He's maybe only 15 years old, but he's a grandmaster, and he knows what he's doing. And I'm sure he's been in that properly passive state of mind for a long time by now. They're like, I'm just trying to draw. I'm just trying to make it hard for white to win. I even know that my position is theoretically losing with best play, and I'm still just trying to make it hard for the opponent to win. Just putting up that resistance. Never mind, one of us has played against Lanier. Rook here. Oh, sorry, we have King G7. Now, he's probably thinking that he could evacuate the rook from the second rank and get some more free time to go to the 7th rank without worrying about this. And then he's going to try and play the move rook e7 on you, which will be no plaisant for the peasant. We've got a couple really instructive, interesting endgames over in the U.S. Women's Championships at the same time right now. Amazing that young Alice Lee is a fantastic endgame player at age just turned 13 this week. I think she's gradually winning this endgame against Tatev, because look at this, using the king position to own the other person's king, right? And then this king's never going to be able to get somewhere to stop this pawn, and this rook probably goes like this, and stuff like this, and rook's active, etc. So this one's probably, I would say, almost surely winning for white. But this rook endgame is really fascinating to me. This rook endgame with one extra pawn. Oh, interesting move. Yeah. So she just took the rook. It had been defending this pawn, right? Sort of semi-passive, but it has some scope. She comes here, and if the king comes this way, I think she was going to sink the pawn into f3. Right? Push the king out. then go back to defend, and then try and bring her king to g2. And it looks like very, very good chances of winning, right? But interesting, Tohir takes this defense, king into the little hiding place. Because now if you play f3, king up, and you block this king from approaching, right? And if the king approaches, you get time to grab this pawn. Black pushes forward. It looks like black's got rook c1, rook c2. They're going to do something, but it's not so easy. They come here, which is a good threat, but not check, and then push the king back. And again, the white king gets defensive space, and it's a draw. So this looks like a very, very strong defensive move that Tohir found under pressure here. I think king e4 and king e2 both looked really, really dangerous for her own health. So this, I think, is a very nice move, which will probably still hold the draw. So what ideas are there for Jennifer Yu here to try and do more with this? G4 would be like an idea of something you could still try here. Someone's pointed out that there's like this way you can get mated. DL Borger. Played f3, but I think king f3 is better. But the point is, you can't go here prior to checking, and this already came up earlier in the game in this position here, right? Jennifer played rook c3 here. She didn't try bringing the king up first, and the reason is that you can get checkmated. So if you haven't pushed their king into bad position, it can be hard to squeeze through. King g2, nice defensive move. It feels like she knows what to do to hold this game. Like she's got the energy, the stamina, the skills, and the specific knowledge of this rook and pawn ending to hold it together. Somebody asked about g4, which is, yeah, something that we could try, which could be interesting. G4 and king g4, possible moves here. I think I already looked at king g4 in this variation, and maybe there's something better here that I didn't look at yet, but it looks tough. Maybe king h4. Oh, that's usually an important trick in rook and pawn endings. King h4. That's what we should look at actually before g4. Okay, why is this such a big deal? Well, because when you advance this way on your pawn, diagonal from the pawn, the rook's going to have to choose whether to check you from behind or from the side. When it checks you from the side, then you can still block with the pawn. When it checks you from behind, then you can step in front of the pawn, and then it can't side check you. So very often the most clever way to try to make progress in rook and pawn endings, when you're fighting to get your king forward and into some position you need, is to advance it diagonal from your pawn. And then they have to choose which way they check you from, and then you slip around. So, I mean, it's kind of basic, but it took me till now to remember this right here. Okay, so some details. Rook check king here obviously doesn't help white, right? We weren't mated in this position. If they play f3, we can just take it. And now the king's into the position forward that we wanted. f3, terrible as well. You check the king, force it to the first rank because you're up here, right? And then you come in and it's over. So the most likely move is still this one, right? And then we're playing our f3 check idea. King here. King f1, there's mate in 1, and king g1 or h1, black could always play rook c1, c2, which would be the same as this. So let's play this. Now, you remember we had this position with the king on g4. White had an easy draw, right? Do you follow that? Do people remember we had this exact position with the king on g4 and there was a drawing move for white? This is straight up magic, right, Pumpkin? Straight up magic. We had the same position with the king on g4. And in that position, what was the drawing move for white? Right. It was rook b4. And with the king on g4, it was forced back to either f5 or h5. And then white gets king g3. And I said with, you know, sufficient defensive space for the king, right? But now you see that on rook check, there's g4. And white's out of ideas. This pawn is gone, right? King here, rook check, king here, rook here. We freeze the king out. And here, and check, and here, and come in. And it's over. At the same time, if white checks us from here, we come in front of the pawn. We're sheltered. We're protecting this pawn. King h4 has just been played by Jennifer Yu after 6 minutes of thought. Look at that. King h4, live move. That's a heck of a move. That's a heck of a move. I was right to be curious about this rook and pawn ending. It was not obviously a draw, nor obviously a win. So let me just review like the moves that we had so far, and then we can try and like, you know, plumb our minds for a saving idea for ToToLive. The idea is to play f3, squeeze the king back. The main thing that we've been giving up, that Jennifer Yu is giving up, is she's gambiting this b7 pawn, right? Then we push here, here, and we're trying to encroach. And the idea is with the king on h4 that we can escape both checks by being to the side of the pawn. Yeah. Looks potentially winning, right? We at least have like a concept for Jennifer, and so far it's winning in the variations we've looked at. Actually, that's true, DL Borger. If white didn't have the b pawn, then in a position like this, we could try here, check, here, here, rook check, king here, rook check. And that something like that might even draw. Right? Or maybe even simpler is just from here, right? If the king backs up, you have king g3, and if g4, rook g4, king g4. Without the b pawn, this would be stalemate. Yeah, really cool idea, which it seems won't save white in this game. Rook h6 check was played here. King g4, and then rook back here. Oh, clever try from ToToLive. So her point is that if you go f3 now, she goes here, and you go here, and she's not worried about that b pawn. She's just trying to get the space. But she has let the king come in for free, and now Jennifer saves her pawn that she'd been sacrificing. Because now her king's already in close enough position to threaten f3 with the king from here at some point. Now, on f3 check, you can't go to h4 because of checkmate. But I'm always going to be suspicious of f3 check anyway. So I'm going to think that a defensive candidate move for white would be something like rook b5 here. That's my first thought. Also, maybe Rook f6 could be a move, or rook b4, as she's just played. Okay, so that restrains the f3 move. Now, can Jennifer go rook to the second rank here? And then, like, get in here and Zugzwang white. Because the rook's got to cover this pawn and stop f3 now. Yeah, I think rook c2 is winning. Because what's white trying to do? If white ever moves the king, you play king f3, and that's generally going to be winning if this king gets further in. Rook c2, if you move your rook off of f3, then f3, king here. Oh, king to the first rank now. Okay, so that's interesting to look at. Let's just put a variation up. Here. Takes. Here. Now, king h2, of course, loses. King f1, of course, loses. King g1. Now, if you check and come here, then there will be this rook check. So here, what do you have to do as black? King g1, check. Right? So f3 here, here, check. Preserving both angles. And king h4, you know, you get checked back here and then return here to have this. Okay, rook c7, rook b4, king h4 has been played here. Last time she went to h4, white gave a check on h6, forced her back, and then just retreated to b6. This time, white doesn't have that check. Well, this is the best square to be on, right? Because she can push or go back as needed, or go to the side. Depending on what white does, she can probably improve her position with rook c3 here, threatening f3, and that might be another Zugzwang type position. She'll want to come here so she can threaten f3. Yeah, I think the main winning idea is to somehow totally squish this white king. Because I'm thinking there's also an idea where you go like rook c3 and g4, and then white can play rook takes f4, and you can play rook takes b3. And you can switch your advantage and transition to a different idea with the passed b pawn. But I almost feel that there, the b pawn on its own shouldn't be enough to win against white going rook f8 to b8 and just getting behind it. Feels like almost more promising to try and squeeze the white king with these two pawns, neither of which are passed pawns, than to try to win with the passed pawn. Let me check Lanier's game for a moment. Chased the rook out, then undoubled. Came to the 7th rank. And now if you double, it's rook f4, right? Yeah. Oh, but now the king can come out, right? Can you imagine resigning this position? Look, I mean, it's taking Lanier Dominguez, like, what, 25 minutes of thought time? And he hasn't yet broken black's position. Can you imagine somebody else winning this with 2 minutes on the clock or 4 minutes on the clock or something? Essentially unthinkable, right? Okay, here Dominguez is threatening rook a5, tying black to this, and then rook here, trapping the rook and forcing a rook trade. Chris looks for Bewegungsraum for the rook. But what's the plan against rook here? It's knight takes rook. Oh, so it's coming with a tempo. And then when this rook moves, he's going to get room for this one. You might want to just come back to keep this rook passive. You could also come here, and then the rook can't come out because you would trade it. So now the rook has to stay here to be able to block with the knight. Yes, and he does. Oh, so evil. Oh, and now this rook's been trapped. He's corralled the rook, basically. Yu's going to have to try and go like knight e6, king g7, rook h6, and escape with that rook somewhere. But that'll probably always lose to rook f5. I feel like I can sort of see the end on this one too. It's very easy to reset where they are without going through all the moves, right? Because it's just the same endgame as before. Oh, and this king's only on f2, not g3. Yeah, the rook on f6 is almost out of squares. Can't play anything like this, folks, because of here. You can't move the king because of here. The only move is knight e6 that I can see. I don't see any other legal move, really. I mean, there's this move, technically, which is a bad move. You could give check and come back. And then against this, you could go here. But then what white just executes is this plan, right? Of, like, coming to f5. Like, running away. Ah! And this position is the one that I always wanted to achieve before. This was the first plan I suggested, was to get to this position, right? Tie black up like this, and then bring the king back to e5 with none of these pieces able to move because they're defending each other. Actually, the first time around, maybe I didn't notice that this might be Tsugtsang. It might just be an instant win with Tsugtsang. Last time we got here, I showed a winning plan for white, which was to bring the king up with the rook on e7, and then eventually you take, and you force a win in the king and pawn ending. But now, as I'm looking at this, I'm thinking there might be an easier win in this position, which is rook e7. If this rook moves, you take f7. If this knight moves, you take g5. If this king moves, you take the knight. Is there one square to go to still? There is. Okay, so we do need my plan of bringing the king up. It's almost 2-1. All right, so let's see what happened. He played knight h3. That's going to play the same as knight d3. All right, we were here. I said knight d3, king g3, knight f4. He's going to play knight h3, king g3, knight f4. Now rook to a6. What is knight h3? Just didn't have any moves to play, just a waiting move. It's not an attempt to repeat because he knows the opponent won't repeat. Yeah. I think he's got it. Let's check the other game for a second. King h2 played by white. Okay, so now there's no f3. It's not legal yet. Rook a6, yep. Okay, well they're making moves now. This is what I expect. Rook here, then we'll go here and double rooks on the 5th rank for white to play rook f5. The knight can't move to cover the square because right now you can't trade rooks, and once you're here, if you move the knight, this pawn will go. These kind of endgames are cool, right? Where you have to play around in long circles with a couple pieces on the same side of the board, and like a maneuver might last, 30 moves just to achieve like getting a rook to f5. Jennifer used down to 2 minutes. Over here. Wait, Abrahamian saved the game against Alice Lee. What? Why move the king? This was a big mistake from Alice. This king is sort of like an ideal position, bullying everything. Here you need to start running this pawn. This position, I guarantee you, is like the computer can see that you're queening already. King here? She thought she'd cut the king off like that. No! And then she moved the rook again? What? And then she... What? Did she not even want to win it? She didn't want to win? Alice? Alice from the palace? Look, you could play this first if you want to. That stops b4 because of this move. And black can't stop king c5. So you could play this, king c2, h4, right? King d2, h5. Obviously, this king's not going to make it to stop the h-pawn, right? You can move the bishop somewhere to try and threaten b4. h5, b4, h6, b3, h7. This king was... Jesus. Jesus. If you try and put the bishop here to cover that diagonal... Sure, I guess you could try that. h4. Here wins. In this case. Right? Like, this concept can win if your king is blocking their king away instead of their king being on the other side of your king when you go for it. So black can just sort of wait or whatever. I don't know what to say. Then you go here and then you just take it. That's a head scratcher. That's a head scratcher, folks. And it's looking obvious enough that I'm not doubting myself and wanting to, like, ask somebody to tell me, like, was white really winning here? Yeah, white was really winning here. Weird. King H2. Jennifer Yu. 0 minutes on the clock here, it's showing. I feel like the moves stopped coming in. You'd think that Alice Lee and Tatev would have agreed to a draw by now, right? Or that something would have happened in the Jennifer Yu game. Rook B6. Okay, Lee and Abrahamian. Now it's showing as a draw now that I refreshed my games. And here, of course, I'll show it to you on the analysis board since we have it. The moves we expected being played. Rook E5. Oh, Rook F4 to get out of here. Rook E4 not letting him out. Rook F6. Now Rook A5. King G7. Rook E5. This is a cool little detail that if Rook here, there's takes with check. So it couldn't get out. So he tries to escape like this, exactly like I told you it would go, right? And now here. And then Rook. And this has been played. Oh, no, not yet. Plays this first. That does allow Rook here. Although I think this move probably still wins there. Okay, so King G6 played here. So he wants to defend with Rook H7 instead of F8, it looks like. There may have still been a way to win after King C5, but it was a really bad move. Rook H7. Okay, so he defends like this instead of like this. Actually, it's a little bit more active, right? You would think that you could still sort of come around like this for white, right? And then this move would win the pawn. Once you're here, you'd be threatening this. Is there anything wrong with King F2 here? There's a check. You come here. And then is there any better way to defend this pawn? No. King F2 played. If knight here, this is the simplest, I think, right? Attacking the knight and kicking it off of F7. I guess rook could come here. You can always still mess it up. Now it looks like the plan here is to go King D6, Rook E7, force it back, King here, and then eventually Rook E8 maybe. You can break the defense at long last. See, it's not even that easy to beat knight d8, right? Not that easy. Okay, Jen's made the move. So rook d2, expected. King g2, g4 here. Rook b7, well, she's just winning. It's over. Yeah, what was white supposed to do? We saw it to here, right? No, we saw king h2 played. She plays a waiting move. Then she goes in and plays g4 from here. Oh, when the rook's not attacking f4, right. So she plays a waiting move because the rook's on this. Now, king g2 would be the most stubborn defense from white here, right? That's the move where we're not sure how you win, right? Like rook c2, king g2, rook d7, king g2. That's what we hadn't figured out. So this game doesn't really answer that question because white acted like they were Zugzwang, got g4 played here. And now, I mean, this, whatever, it's over. There's no stopping rook f2, and the connected pawns win. So Jennifer Yu is going to win. I mean, yeah. Barring something shocking. And she will be up to 8 points. Half a point ahead of Irina and a full point ahead of Talia. Yeah. Oh yeah, sorry. It's over here on the live board. Apologies. This is the Jennifer Yu position. Rook g7, king f8, rook g8 played. Rook f2. This was a fantastic endgame by Jennifer Yu, but I'm still curious, how she would have won against just king g2 here. That's what I'm still curious about. How is black going to win that position, right? Because you still can't play g4, rook takes. And you still can't play f3 with this rook here. So maybe now she would come down. But if she comes down now, this can take, and there's no f3. So maybe now she'd play something like this. But as long as that rook's there, white can wait. Something like this. If you ever go to g4, then white can do this. Yeah. You can never go put your king on g4. Right? So how would black win here? I mean, if they can win. We don't know for sure that black can win. Rook f7, okay. So we're wondering about king g2, rook f7 with the idea of g4. Thing is, now your rook's slow to attack from here. So let's say here. Like this is still drawing for white here, for example. Let's check how the game's playing out. Rook f2, king g1, rook b2. b4 takes, king g2, rook check. All good so far. By the way, if white went to defend this pawn here, with like rook here, this king can just head into f3, right? Setting up back rank mates against this king, and then there's no defense. So that's why why Toherjanova didn't bother to defend this pawn, right? Just king here, king here, king here. Right, and now you get back rank mated. And if instead you run out to avoid back rank mate, then the pawn just queens. So she just gives the pawn, tries to come up because she knows going back this king will come to f3. So just try something a little different. Check is correct, pushing the king, which will come here, and then g2. And then these become the self-propelled pawns. Oh, king went to g4. That's odd. But I'll just show you the self-propelled pawns real quick here. Right, and white just has to wait because you want the rook stopping g1, because this could be a waiting move. f3, rook g8, rook f1. Self-propelled pawns. So king g4 in the game, and I think g2 should do. I'm gonna go king h3, I guess, and then f3, similar. Jennifer using her time, finishing it out, closing it out calmly. Fantastic play. She must be in the zone. She's been playing chess every day for 2 weeks. She's won a lot of games. She must be feeling very well oiled at this point. You know, a chess machine that knows what it's doing. Maybe I need to refresh to see a resignation or something if she's not moving. I should relax and let it take the space it's going to take. f3 foos, there's rook f8 check and rook takes f3. That's why I didn't do that. Right here. That's why I approached with the king first. In that analysis line. G2. Queen here, king on h3, and then sack. Yeah, but any position like that, black will have no reason to have to take, right? Cannibal bishop. So now rook takes g2 is threatened. So f3 is the self-propelled pawns. You can also win with king here at this point, maybe. Takes, 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 king there, king there, king there. No, it's a draw. So you have to do f3. Only move. Use rook, by the way, has been transferred from the passive h7 square to the passive f8 square. He's still losing there. Oh, we got a couple moves that just didn't show up on their own. Check, king here. Rook f5. Wow, to the bitter end. To the bitter end. I think this, like, 1 or 2 moves ago here, white could have resigned. Yeah, I mean, especially with Jennifer, like, serious taking her time. I imagine that if you're playing against her, it feels like the Terminator, right? You know that she's not going to let you off the hook. You get that feeling like this player is, you know, focused, zoned in. Like, That's enough. She's got it. Oh, is this the last trick? G1 queen, rook G5 check. Yeah, I was just going to play rook F1. Look at that. Jennifer zoned in. She's not going to make any mistakes. Great game for Jennifer. Takes it. Takes it. And she's on the cusp of winning the U.S. Women's Championship, potentially. I mean, there's 2 rounds to go, and it is close, right? So, but she's half a point ahead with 2 rounds to go. It's a lot of battles to be played. Okay, so let's see what happened in the moves we missed over here. So we had King F2. Knight to D4 got played in this position. Rook D5, Knight E6. King E3. Transfer rook. Rook F5. Rook E8. And if you take, Knight G7. Could you take this way instead? Knight C7. Oh, never too late to ruin the game. I don't know if I've seen that move before. Separating the rook's defense of each other so the king can take this. But Dominguez just calmly backsteps for a second. Right? Rook has to come to F8 now to defend the pawn. Rook D7. Calm waiting move. King G7. Now he's trying to win with Tsungsong with this move, but there is King G8. Right? What's King G2? Don't you have to bring the king over here to win now? King G2 he's just played. Huh. He's doing something different than what I expected. And for the most part, this 2 rooks versus rook and knight is played out exactly according to the schematics that I imagined. So what's the idea? Why King G2 here? I don't know, maybe just to check if Chris will play King G8, G7? He's drawing out the game too. I have to go get my kids. Come on, Lanier. Finish it off. King G6 played. King G3. Okay. Some triangulation of a jig. What's up with that? One more hour. No! Finish it. I don't know what this triangulation is. Don't know what this is. 2 rounds left in the U.S. Championships, folks. And after today, there are going to be 2 players within half a point of Robson, who's within half a point of Fabi. Could one of those 2 players catch up with Fabi? Yes, they still could. Sevian or Dominguez, who are watching here. And in the women's section, extremely, or not, in the U.S. Women's Championships, we've got Crush 0.5 point behind you, Cervantes 1 point behind you. Alice Lee should also be 1 point behind, but botched an incredibly winning endgame inexplicably. I mean, that took her out of the running for this year's championships. Brutal. Brutal. I'm guessing nobody in chat has an idea why he's doing this little triangle, right? Nobody sees the need or the reason for it. Fair enough, Pumpkin. Knight F4 played here for some reason. Rook check. You can't block with the knight because this is hanging. F6, resetting the 50 move rule. Well, F6 is forced here right now. Right? This we can see. What was this? Why did Chris not just go like here and here and here and here? Oh my God. Folks. I think I got it. If the king comes here, he plays rook f6. And then you can't go king g7 because of rook takes knight. You can't move the rook because of this pawn. But then you can move the knight because your rook's not on this, right? Still not totally sure. What's going on? Still not sure. But certainly after knight here, rook check, we can see that knight e6 would lose. And king moves would lose. So f6 was forced. And now we go to the next phase of the game, which would normally be taking over the 7th rank with this move. But that was not played. Rook a5. All right. Well, I think I'm going to have to leave you guys with this at this point because school's going to close out before Dominguez closes this out. So let's just say the scores here after Dominguez eventually wins this game will be Caruana 7.5, Robson 7, Sevian and Dominguez 6.5. And yeah, Liang, Xiang, and Shanklin on 6. They're having okay tournaments, but they're not going to win the tournament. We'll see each other again tomorrow, right? For round 12. Yeah. So take care, everybody. I'll send you over to St. Louis to close it out. I'm sure they're contractually obliged to sit around for the last game, unlike me. So enjoy yourselves. Be kind to each other. Have a great and wonderful day, both today and tomorrow. And we'll see you back soon.